The audio is muted, I think, from the
Yeah.
YouTube. The audio
Oh,
is muted. Oh, never mind. I can
now,
hear myself.
now I
Oh,
hear
never
things.
mind. I can
Yes.
hear myself. Yes, I am
Now I
on
hear things.
TV, Clover. Yes, I am on TV,
Oh, there's
Clover.
a echo. Ah, that's me. That's my fault. My bad.
All right, guys. Sorry for the scuffed stuff so far. So basically, what happened was with the Twitter Space, most of us have Android phones, and then when we're trying to join us in Twitter Space, what happened is that because of the Android, it won't let us.
Yeah, it's a recent Twitter update. Apparently, has broken Twitter's joining Twitter Spaces for a lot of Android phones. So
Exactly.
Yeah, because of that, the people who had Android phones, like myself, we couldn't join. So yeah, blame Elon Musk, not us.
Exactly.
Look at this live editing. We are professional streamers here.
very professional. So yeah, we're gonna try and get things up and going as quick as possible.
So you just saw a very beautiful art of Kiwawa holding a chicken, and that's Merengue-san's PNG.
Yep. And then we're gonna put you here next to Pong requested.
Okay, so since
requested to be in the TV.
since time is very limited and precious, unfortunately, with time zones everywhere, let's go ahead and just kick things off while we work on also getting other people in as well. Yes. So if you want to join with speaking, please DM Dominic. He has pinned his Discord in the comment, so we can try and go ahead and bring people in to talk. And go ahead and lead off Pong with talking about our topics.
Thank you, Beats. So today we are here to talk about just the expo experience and Offkai and the day one concerts and more. So I'm here to talk about just a couple few things, starting from basically the ticketing experience for Kaigai Nikis. As you guys know, you need a Japanese phone number in order to enter the ticket gacha. Oh man, in order for me to enter it, it was just a very hectic. I had to get a phone SIM card from Japan first, and then send it to me. And then the funny thing about in Korea, we are kind of close to Japan, so there is a part of Korea that can able to get a phone signal from Japan. So we all go there to get the signal from Japan, and then we are able to enter the gacha that way. So if you go to that place, you sometimes see a bunch of people who love Hololive and other live events, and that's how
Offline, so like Sarah wants to speak, Pudding wants to speak, Lunchbox. Whenever we need somebody.
We're back up.
Yeah, back up.
Oh, hello.
Buddy.
We're
Okay.
back.
Yes, and of course Sally Chan is. Yes, Sally. Yeah. I would. We're back.
Well,
Yep.
we
Perfect. Enough back.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
All right.
It's
Okay.
It's still scuff. Can you guys?
It's
Okay. Now you're back.
It's working really nicely with the invites. Thank you for DMing me. I will kinda internally try to do this.
All right, Patsy, that joke was very not fun. Just kidding. It's okay. You guys can make dad jokes here. Everybody is welcome. Sorry for calling you out, but I just saw it. Anyways, I was just talking about how I was the Japanese phone signal Kaizokudan, trying to get all the pirate signals and stuff. But I was able to get it, and I won the day one concert and expos. So, but still, then it was very hectic for a lot of Kaigai Nikis trying to get the expo time. But hopefully, next fest, we are able to have an easier way to access those ticketing experience and the gacha experience. And the next thing that I wanted is about off-kai. When Moringe-san talked about having an off-kai, I thought, okay, maybe, if it's a lot, maybe 30 people will join. But at the end of the day, I think we had like 50. It was crazy having all those many people. And then I saw Moringe-san just like being in so chaotic situation with, just think about, having a 50 KFP slash Holo fans want to talk to each other and then go up to this a tiny elevator. And it was just really crazy. So during that time, what happened was that, Moringe-san would tell us what we need to be said. And then all I did was just yell those announcements. So I felt like during the 2 hours that I was in the off-kai, all I did was just screaming the announcements in English. So I think that before even the concert started, my voice was gone, but still, that was so fun to see everybody there, talk about, their Oshi, which is, it should be Kiara, right? Because it's the KFE of Kai. So watch only Kiara, right, Violet? If you're there, remember, watch only Kiara. Anyways, Expo and Off Kai was really fun. And then I think what made really fun was that we made a group, uh, I think it was a group channel thread about of Kai or Holofest in general. And then we asked people if they want a happy. If you guys saw some of us order the happy with Kiara on the back, and I don't know if Chief is here in the YouTube, but he's the one who designed it for Kiara, Bells, Mume, and Crony. And just having that was just make the whole experience of the expo actually more fun too, because the KFE was orange, so it was so easy to point out, where we were. So from far away, like, oh, I see the orange hoppy. That must be KFP. I think having that was really good. And also, I think I was so proud to show off to JP people that it's not just the JP who are able to be part of the hoppy culture and all that, but us EN fans also love that. And then just having that out there, I thought that I think it'll be helpful for Kiara to see it too, be happy, and then be proud of her fans. And then because wearing a Kiara happy for me, it made me really proud of our fandom too, because it just helped a lot about how our expo experience went. Because a lot of people came and told me, oh, they like Kiara or they like Ian, and they helped to just show other people in the expo who Kiara is, how careful, how caring she is, and then how sometimes loud she can be. That we are shown everywhere. I just think the happy having that was really good. I think that also helped having me and Moringe-san on a YouTube channel during day one concert. We were just out there sitting and looking at the screen, and suddenly we saw me and Moringe-san out there on the YouTube channel. It was crazy, and I never expected that to happen. And then also having Jinno out there on day two, we were able to represent KFP out there on day one and day two on YouTube. Yeah, Chimkin on YouTube. So just having that,
Yeah,
I think I
it
was
was
very
really
proud
cool seeing
too.
you guys
Yeah,
up there.
it was a very cool experience. I never expected that to happen. I was just hoping to see Kiara, and then that was really fun to see that. When day one concert, I felt like it was really good. And one of the things is like we always underestimate the ID talents, but whenever we come back to Fest since last year, we saw that how amazing the ID talents are. I think we saw that again at day one. We saw Ayunda out there, not Lisu. just singing her lungs out, which is great. And then Ayunda and Iofi's duet was great too. And then day one, I think the highlight has to be obviously the Suisei showing up. And then that was crazy just seeing that. But other than that, I mean, the Holux group was great. And then I felt like a Hachima and Oli duet was perfect. It made everybody jump up, jump higher and more during the concert. It was really good. So overall, for me, the expo was fun. Other than just having a rain on Saturday, I was so wet. All my pants were all just like soaking wet because of the rain. And then Kyle Care, please don't take this out of context if you're here listening. But anyways, because it's raining, it was kind of difficult. But other than that, Kai was great. 50 people managing that. Moringe-san did a great job. Expo was fun too. Wearing happy during Expo and concert was great. And then day one concert, seeing Kiara singing "Do You" was great too. Like I think what made it really good was that Moringe-san and Nini and other teams who made the calling really helped us to, remember what we're supposed to say for "Do You." So just having that and then hearing Kiara singing "Do You" was really fun, really great. She did a good job. Obviously, she also showed that one of her biggest strength is singing and also dancing. And then seeing that just made me really happy. Yeah. At the venue, it was crazy. So at first, I think because most of the people were JP, they didn't really know what Do You was. They really haven't heard of what Do You singing, because it's kind of like a K-pop. It's difficult to do calling. You just kind of have the thing about K-pop is that you sing with the talents. So basically, the time when we're supposed to do calling, you just sing do you the same part again and again. So you sing the chorus together, and then because of that, people might have been confused a little bit. But still, at the venue, everybody always loved Kiara dancing, so it was really good. Yeah, do you is very difficult to defend chant. So because I remember when Nini, Sally, and Merengue-san was doing Space last time, it took hours to figure out the chanting. But so I think if Kiara wants to have more people join with the calling, like Hinotori is a good song for it. But I still felt like Kiara singing very different styles all the time is actually one of her greatest strength for her singing. So I really, really loved listening to Do You at the venue. All right, I'm done. Yeah, English is a little bit hard.
Oh, but I think your English is very, very good. We actually have a few people coming in, and thank you very much for your words about that topic. Merange-san and Sally-chan, if you would like to speak a bit about what happened so far. Do you hear me?
I hear you, Dominic. I don't hear Sally yet.
Oh, hi.
Hello,
Can
Sally.
you hear me?
Konbanwa.
Konbanwa. Is Merange-san here?
こんばんは。
Konbanwa.
I hear you perfectly. Please go on.
Okay. So, do we have to speak English or Japanese? Is also fine.
Japanese is fine too.
Yeah, どっちがいいです。
So, メランゲさん。
はい。
どうします？日本語？
そうですね。どうしよう。
Okay, I will do my best to translate English.
あお願いします。
頑張ります。
話せばいいのかな。
はい、そうですね。
OK です。OK です。了解しました。はいはい。まず、何から話せばいいかな。
オフ会
オフ会のことですね。了解しました。今回、私が主催させていただいたですね、KFP のオフ会なんですけども、さっきポンさんが話した通り、51人の方が参加してくださって、すご
はいい
本当に、なんでしょう、大人数だったので、主催として大変なこともありましたし、うまく意思疎通ができない場面もあったんですけど、すごい皆さん楽しそうに過ごしていたようで、とても良かったですし、
うん
まあ、本当に普段会わない、そうですね、KFP のメンバーたちが、こうやって一緒にご飯を食べて、お酒を飲んでっていうことができたので、すごいやってよかったなって感じています。
もう本当にありがとうございます。
は
Thank you for
い
organizing the great off pie. It was just crazy. すごい。なんか日本の
はい。
そうですね。日本でこういうイベントがあったからこそ、ここまでいろんな海外からね、たくさんの人が集まったと思うので、
はい。
多分海外とかだと難しいですよね。場所が。
そうですね。はいで、それでですね、今回こういうオフ会を企画させていただいた経緯については、エキスポであったり、フェスのライブであったり、そういうイベントで、チケットで当選しなきゃいけないっていう、参加するにはチケットを持ってなきゃいけないっていうのもありますし、で、その参加したくて日本に来たけど、チケット取れなくて、何もできなかったっていう、海外の方がいたらすごく、なんて言うんだろう、ちょっと残念な、あんまりいい思い出にはならないっていうんですかね。ちょっとネガティブなイメージを持ってしまうのではないかっていうのを考えてた時期がありまして。で、それで、チケット持っていなくてもですね、日本で良い思い出を作っていただければなと思って、オフ会を開催、そうですね、企画させていただいた感じになります。
本当にもう、メランゲさんがいてよかったです。この日本人の方で、またオフ会とか企画したことある、ですね、経験とかがあるような方が開いてくれて、こちらも楽しませていただきました。本当に。
ありがとうございます。それでですね、結構、今回反響いただいたって、皆さん楽しんでいただけたようなので、本当にありがたいことに。またですね、来年の、ピュースフェスがもし開催されるのであれば、またこういったイベントをもっと今回の反省も踏まえて、次回はもっとより良い時間を作れるよう、いい時間を過ごせるような、そんな、なんて言うんでしょう、場になればいいなと思ってます。来年もやるつもりです。
はい。
よろしくお願いします。
ぜひお願いいたします。
はい。
こんなに手伝えることとか、メラゲさんの方が詳しいと思うので、どれかわかんないですけど、何かあったら呼んでください。いつでも行きます。
お願いします。
はい。
楽しかったよ。ありがとうございます。今、ください。
そうですね。あと、なんだろう。 イベントのこととかかな？
あ、そうですね。フェスとエキスポについてかな。
あ、そうですね。
そうですね。自分は、Day1 のフェス、Day1 の夜のフェスに、現地で、ポンさんと一緒に参加させていただきました。
はい。
で、そうですね。1日目は、エキスポのチケットを持っていなくてですね、サリさんのコスプレだったり、ニンさんのコスプレだったりっていう
そうですね。
ものを、はい、見ることができなかった
いや
んですけど、
ー、
見たかったな。
いやー、すいません。ほんと2日目もコスプレしたかったんですけど、
そういえば、
足がね、できなかったんで、私服で行きました。
なるほど。大丈夫ですか、足の方は。
大丈夫です。
あ
キャラちゃんが守ってくれました。
あー、熱い熱い
そうだね。
靴を、あれですよね。いや、ほんとよかったですね。
ね、
キャラちゃんが守ってくれた。
そうなんですよ。
うんで、Day1 のフェスに参加させていただきました。まあ、ライブイベント、全体ライブはサードフェス以来、サードフェスのデイ2以来の参加だったんですけど、個人的に印象に残っているのは、やっぱり、キアラ店長の Do You あと、キアラちゃんと、イナちゃんと、アメちゃんとムメちゃんでやった、スキちゃん。
いいね。好きちゃんだね。
あれは本当にめちゃくちゃ楽しかったですね。
そうですね。
はい。
やっぱりちょっとコールが浸透してないのもあって、
はい。
多分キアラちゃんは、フォローしてほしかったんでしょうけど、
はい。
ですね。まあ、みんな可愛かったので、
そう
OK
で
ですす。
ね。はい。で
メラニさんはサードフェ
はい。
スは行かれたんですか？
はい、サードフェスは両日行かせていただ
ああ、
きました。
いい
そうです。
な。うんうん。
店長の 3D お披露目、3D の初の披露がサードフェスだったので、すごい嬉しかったような記憶があります。
いや、いいですね。去年ちょっとダメだったんで。
なるほど。で、そうです。その時に、KFI の人と見れたらいいなってすごく感じたので、
うん。
今回、サリさんだったり、ニニさんだったり、ポンさんだったり、人狼さんだったり、もういろんな人と一緒にライブを楽しめたので、すごい楽しかったです。夢が叶いましたね。
そうですよね。いっぱい
はい
海外の人もいて、どうしよう。ちょっと英語で喋った方がいいかな、ちょっと。
お願いします。
So, like, the last third pass, I couldn't get a ticket for that, so I was so depressed to not be able to see Kiara's 3D model since I was in Japan. So this time I tried so hard to get those tickets, and I managed to get all of them, like day 1, day 2, and even Horonina Fest. And I was so happy. なんか、そうですね、去年がもう何も見れなかったんで、今年こそはと思って、ちょっと頑張ったら、なんとかもう全部ゲット取れて、本当にもう感無量でした。本当に去年はもう鬱になりかけてたので、
そうです
こうやっ
ね。
ていっぱいいろんな人と見れて、すごい嬉しかったです。そうですね、あと、Do You の
はい。
コールとかも、
はい。
なんかこの一連の流れがあったじゃないですか、コールガイドブックの。
はい。
それ、みんなでこう考えたのを、
はい。
コールできたっていうのも、
はい。
すごい
あ、はい、
感動
はい、はい。
しちゃって。
そうですね、本当に。あの場で考えた内容をライブでできて、しかも、その考えた内容を、そういうブックレットっていう形にして、日本の皆さんだったり、オフ会に参加された皆さんに共有できたのが、本当に感無量、嬉しかったです。
配布とかできてたら、ね、もしかしたらもっと、いろんな人が声出してくれたかもしれないんですけど、ちょっと、ね、またいつかって感じで。
そうですね。また次に日本で、キアラちゃんがね、ライブで歌を披露するっていう機会があれば、次はコールしている人を増やしたいです。増やしたいっていう考えがありますね。
そうですね。今回の Do You が英語のコールだったんでね、ちょっと難しかったかな。
そうですね。おそらくアメリカだったり、ユーロだったり、そういう場所でライブを開催していれば、出たであろうコールが出なかったところと
そう
かが
なんですよ。
あったので、私たち、KFP は行ってたんですけど、
はい。
はい、コールしてたんですけど、やっぱりちょっと、わからない方が、浸透してないっていうんですかね、が多かった
把
ので。
握しきれてない感じの。
そうですね。
うん。
英語の曲っていうのもあって、なかなかちょっとそこら辺が難しかったのかなと思うんですけど、
です
次は
ね。
ね、本当次こそはって感じです。
次こそは頑張って広めましょう。
ブックレットの評判自体も日本人の方すごく喜んでくれて、
うんうんうん。
すごいクオリティが高いだとか、わかりやすく書いてあるんだとか、言ってくださって、はい。また
ありがとうご
本当に、
ざいます。
そうですね。日本のホロライブファンにうまく行き渡るよう、これからも、何らかの形で渡せればいいなと考えているので、
はい。データはあるので、あと、
はい。
お金出して吸って、それだけって。
そうですね。はい。
ですね。So like, currently, Do You is ごめんなさい。日本、ちょっと英語にしますわ。
はい、
So
はい。
Do You is a English song and Fan Chant those are all English, right? And of course we KFP, like Merange-san and Nini-san and Bro also helped us to create Fan Chant. What was it? Fan Chant book. And also Kiara like helped us to create it. And but we are not allowed to like give people around the venue due to I'm not sure is it because of COVID, but we are not allowed to give people. So yeah, most of the people in the venue were the Japanese people, and I guess they couldn't like understand or like remember the fan chant of Do You until BKFB in the venue tried to like scream and yelled like KIARA, but yeah, the other JP fans are like, oh, so I really hard to like. I really hard to scream like Kiara's name. So like I wanted to let people know that there's also a EN and ID fan in the venue, and they're very famous around the world. So I really try to not only Kiara's name, but also I try to scream the other EN and ID members' name. but it's kind of, sad to, if the EM concert, we have a LA concert in July, right? 4月にロサンゼルスのね、ライブとかあるんで、それだったら、ね、みんな言えると思うんですけど。
そうですね、間違いない。
そうですね。So, I really hope that at the LA concert, Happy and other fans will like do a real fan chant of Kiara's song. But it was still a great experience. And actually, my date for Fololina I was so lucky. なんか私の席が、前、
はい
フロリーナの席が、
はいはい
アリーナの
はい
前から2列目だったんですよ。my seat for Florina was the very, my brain. なんて言うんだっけfrom, the second row from the front, at the very center of the venue, so I could see the Kiara's and the other members' performance, even though the camera didn't show if it's when they're not on screen. I could see all of those moves, and it was so amazing experience.
Ah, that's so lucky. One of the things
Yeah.
watching from the stream is sometimes with the camera angles you missed out on some part
Yes,
of the
yes,
dance.
yes, yes. So it was like miracle. そうだから、そうですね、本当にカメラで抜かれてるところ以外も結構見れて、
はい。
いやでもそれでも結構めっちゃ声出して頑張ったんですけど、
はい。
配信だとあんまり抜かれないみたいで、
なるほど。
声援があんまり乗ってなかったのがちょっと悔しかったです。
そうですね、なかなかね、乗らないですよね、声は。
でも本当に。
はいはいはい。
ごめんなさいごめんなさい。
はい、すいません。
コンセルリスの 3D モデルも、
はい。
今回お披露目だったじゃないですか。
はい、そうですね。
本当に嬉しくて。もう、キアラちゃんもちろん大好きなんですけど、
はい。
EN のみんなも同じぐらい本当に大好きなので、本当に光栄でした、あの場で見れて。
いや、めちゃくちゃ羨ましいです。
そうですよね。
ベースすごい良かったです。
いやもう、ベイのダンスがも
う。いや、すごかったです、あれは。
もう会場でずっともうなんか、気が狂っちゃうように叫んでました。
いやですね。あの子あんなダンスするんだなって思いました。
本当に。
はい。
なんか、プレイダイスは通常衣装でやりたかったみたいだったんですけど、紙っぽいのも。
そうですね。
いやもう、EN ってすごいですね、本当に。このままもっと日本で人気が出てくれれば、
そうです
ね。嬉しいですね。
日本でですね、人気が出てくれれば、日本のファンが増えれば増えるほど、EN のイベントだったり、グッズだったりっていうのが増えていくので。
そうなんですよ。EN カフェもね、日本でやってほしいですね。
そうですね。韓国と台湾としたら、次は日本で、
シンガポールとかね。ね。
行っていただきたいです。何回も行きます。 ね。はい。で、今回、先ほどのオフ会の話にちょっと戻るんですけど、先ほど申し上げました通り、来年も行いたいと考えているので、日本に頻繁に日本に来ていただくのはちょっと大変だとは思うんですけど、もし、ね、フォローのイベントで、フィストフェスっていうのかな。で、参加したいだったり、それでフェスで日本に来るっていうことがありましたら、ぜひ、オフ会に参加していただければと思います。
フィスの時ですね。
そうですね。はい。来年もまた同じような感じを、次は本当にもっと楽しい感じにしようと思っているので。
楽しみにしてます。So Melange-san said that if there is a fifth fest and expo, he wants to organize the KFP Off-Kai again. So if you want to visit and have some fun with KFP, please come to and please talk to Melange-san. ね。
皆さんお待ちしております。
はい。日本でお待ちしております。
お待ちしております。私からは以上です。すみません。ありがとうございました。
私も話したいことは話したかな？Okay, I guess we finished.
All right, now let's go ahead and hear from our Korean group who had an off-kai. Violet, J1, are you there?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, Violet. A little quiet for me.
I'm sorry that my voice is kind of scuffed. Like, I screamed too much. And my voice is, so low right now.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Perfect.
Yeah, good to see you guys. So, 먼저 얘기하실래요, 바이올린님?
먼저 할게요.
네네.
So, actually, we were thinking of this for, quite a while. So we can, meet up together in Korea. Some Koreans couldn't meet up in Japan. So, I asked the people who I know, if we want to meet up together. And then, we wanted to, actually go to, a karaoke. So, we can, scream, but, and then we thought, why don't we just, get another room? So, we can, stay there for, 2 or 3 days. That's how, we went to a guest house. It's quite far from the city, so we could scream a lot and then don't disturb other people in their homes. And then I'm really sorry that my voice is really bad. I screamed too much when I saw Kira coming out. It's in last year on the third fest, she was a guest. So I just it wasn't that much hype. This time she was a member that she could she had 4 or 5 songs that she was in, right? That's why I screamed too much, and my voice was literally dead on the first day. And after the first day, there was also Hololina, and then I have other Ochis in my second day too. So I was screaming so much that my voice is really fucked up right now. Okay, John, you can start too.
Okay. So, first of all, I really want to thank you guys so much for hosting this opportunity and giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts about the first fest with my voice. So I'm sorry that hope you guys understand that my voice is also not fully recovered since fest, and there are so many things to say. So I just prepared the script about this. Actually, since we didn't participate the expo and concert in Japan in person, so I just want to talk about three things. The first thing is about expo pre-stage, Holo Spy. For Holo Spy, I think it was really a fun stage that all EM members participated after a long time, you know. So including Crony as a host and Bei, Ame, Mume, they did really great job to carry out those missions during the games. But me, most of all, what surprised me the most was that the Kiara's language skills were revealed very appropriately in one of the games. So it was I don't know the exact name of the game, but it was kind of like they just translated the existing lyrics of the music into Japanese or English, and then they need to guess what the exact song it is. So during the game, I was really surprised that in order to guess the original song, we had to change the lyrics again to the original song. But so it is really a kind of difficult game. But Tensho just even though her knowledge of the whole life songs also played a part, but her language skill would have helped a lot to deal with this game. So anyway, it was really a grateful time for all EM members for creating much richer and more fun stages than last year's one. So, and then the second one is about the concert. I will mainly talk about Kiara's performances. As I mentioned about the tweet about the concert, I need to talk about the case of the Do You performance Kiara just did the day before last Saturday. So to give my opinion about this honestly, I could sympathize with the Tencho's opinion about the sound of the stage after she did the concert day one. The previous space after the 3D showcase of Tencho, the rapid fluctuating EDM sounds, sounds feel the sound of the song, right? So, and then you guys know that Do You is also composed of very diverse choreography. So it is really important to utilize our fan chant and many MR sounds well to feel the whole sound of this Do You song. So when I heard the story about Sally-Jang and Merange-san, they did prepare lots of things like a fan chant book, but it was unable to send those fan chant book in the expo venue. So it is really unfortunate, but I think for those issues, I think that's a trial, and then we can if we can make up for it next time, we will be able to do fan chant more perfectly, just like in LA or some Tencho's 3D birthday concerts or stuff like that. And then I think so. Sorry. And then so back to Do You song. So the stage that was arranged in Bensan in this festival was a challenging attempt in a way. So I honestly kind of understand why Kiara said that she was not satisfied with the sound of the stage. But eventually, all of us may agree, and I'm confident that Kiara's performance was truly fantastic, and her choreos and songs just touched the hearts of many fans enough. So for me, while cheering for her, I could see the many efforts and passion she had prepared for this first class and this Do You stage. And whenever I saw the orange wave wrapping around the stage, I just couldn't help but by move the enormous thrill and excitement during the Duyu stage. So I think it was really perfect and a fantastic stage. In my opinion. So to be honest, I also hope that there will be more opportunities for Tensho to perform on stage with JP Senpai's more in the future. Although if we had to make this possible, Tensho maybe have to go to Japan again next time, or maybe JP members should go to the Europe. So it will be more perfect if they just meet together and make things, but maybe there will be some opportunities, I think. And the last one I want to say about talk about the KR Korean of Kai that Violet just mentioned about. So during the first fest period, 8 people, including Korean KFAs and other whole life fans, just booked a Korean Airbnb and watch the concert together. And then I was one of them, and through this period, I was able to just deeply feel that it is really a precious experience for different people, and that they gather together in one place with just one heart, that they love a whole life and they love their own Oshi. For us, will be the potential, and most of all, the most refreshing experience for me was to watch and support concert together with you guys by connecting Discord with and then cheer together. So even though we couldn't go to the concert in person, I could feel that our hearts were firmly connected by this experience, and I think that I think with my whole body that KF's energy was shining brighter than anything else through these meetings. So in retrospect, while watching all 3 concerts, as soon as each Oshi they came out, for me, my Oshi, Kami Oshi is Kira, but I also like Toa Sama and Gura. So we just when our Oshis just came, our Oshis came out, we just shouted out their names, and we just cheer for them with those kind of strong actions, dances, and powerful shout from the heart. So I really apologize if it was really noisy or uncomfortable, but we just couldn't control ourselves. So please understand. And there were a few of us who supported their Oshis with exceptionally huge shouting, just like Violet. But I'll just give the details about it. Some of you may know by watching the tweets that they uploaded. So anyway, the 3 days just passed in a hurry, but by being together just made these 3 days really precious moment for my journey, full of laughter and tears. So that's all for me. 바이오네님 뭐 더 얘기하실 거 있나요?
마지막으로 조금만 더 얘기하고 끝낼까요, 그러면?
네네, 얘기하시면.
So thank you, J1, for like helping me because my voice isn't like 100% covered right now. So like, as he said, we were like screaming a lot in Discord, and like, I would say like I was like screaming more than I could. So like that's why that happened to my voice. And like for the other Koreans too, who went with us, they were like cheering so much, and I could like hear the hype from their voices. And then like, even if we couldn't go to Japan, like because maybe like time issues or like because of money, we could like feel the hype that was coming from Japan and like coming from the screen. That's how like we could like connect to other people in like Discord too, so like we can see their reactions too, or like just talk with each other. I think that's like a very good experience for us to like meet, like not even if like we're meeting up in real life. It like felt like we were like connected together. That's how like I felt like it was way better from like the last experience we had for the third fest. And 또 말할 거 없죠, 지원님?
네네, 이러면 될 것 같아요.
슬슬 끝낼까요? 시간도 좀 되고.
네, 그러면은 네. So that's all for Korean group. So thank you for inviting us. Yeah.
Thank you, Tom and
Uh,
Beats, for inviting us too.
we appreciate your efforts about this.
Actually, just one moment. We got kind of wet quick. If you could
Yeah.
unmute yourself, that would be amazing.
Like, I really want to speak, but like, my voice is like really bad right now. It's kind of hard.
Yeah, that's fine. I actually
Yeah.
heard you scream, and I'm really, really proud of you. For screaming, maybe second loudest against Sally-chan.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Who-
That loud?
Sally-chan got recorded. You can hear it in the stream recording even. So I would get that medal to her. I'm really proud.
Mm.
But Violet, you should really come to HoloFest as well. I'm pretty sure you will get recorded very easily.
Yeah, I guess so too. I'm probably gonna go
Perfect.
to the HoloFest next year. It's like I will probably like have time after I'm done with my university. So like I'm thinking of going to the HoloFest next year if I can like get the ticket.
Okay. I think that's Violet. Could you help me read what? Redbeck, can you hear me?
I can hear
Yeah, of course I can hear you. Is my mic okay?
Welcome.
It's perfect.
That's good. Okay. Is it okay for me to talk? Because I heard that all of the people are waiting back in the line, so I was like, is it okay?
Don't worry. Okay, I got the line covered. I'll be a media running right now.
No, come on, don't be a meat shield. For God's sake, come on, don't do that. Oh my God. Don't do that kind of thing. Jeez.
Hey, just go ahead and give us some of your thoughts.
My thoughts, I mean, well, to be honest, for someone like me who can't even call myself a fan of Hololive, it was. I mean, the mood, like the mood was awesome. Like the mood and everything. I mean, you know that we even had a what is that called? Discord, the chat room and everything, and that was really really awesome because I could feel every single people's joy and cheerings and their passion and everything all together. It was hilarious. And all those things. If I think you also remember, but like, even though we are separated because of because of this globe system and whatsoever blah blah thing, the power and the passion was so great. Like even though we are not in Japan and we are not watching it directly, we are all like, yeah, baby, woo! It's like all those things. It was so crazy. I'm not gonna lie. That was so awesome. And okay, so I don't know. What kind of thing do you want to hear about, Korean episodes or whatsoever? Do you want to hear something, Dominique, or?
I don't have any preferences, to be honest.
Okay.
Like, to be fair, did you get something from the atmosphere? Because I will talk about it later, but I got an amazing atmosphere.
Oh, the atmosphere. The atmosphere, yeah. The atmosphere, capital A atmosphere, yeah. I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie. The atmosphere, the mood was, holy cow, that was so dang awesome. I mean, I mean, when Miss Takanashi Kiara popped out, every single people with me, they all started to cheer like, hell yeah, Tencho, yeah, woo, baby, yeah. It's like, I mean, it was crazy. Like they were they were torturing their own vocal cords, and I was like, what the hell? I was also screaming too. I was like, wait, what the hell? Holy crap, what the hell? I mean, in my perspective, as a Holo EN lover, Holo EN viewer, this kind of a thing is really good. I mean, I'm not lying. of course, the other guys, Violet and Jaewon, already told about all those Korean things that happened. I really want to say is that all of these things are like a miracle, and I'm not lying, and you guys are spreading all those good and positive energies to the world, just like Miss Kiara does, and what she's doing right now, of course, and that is something that not many people can do. You see, when we think about some things about, like, for example, like internet kind of a hobbies or something, other people, except the people who don't watch VTubers, they all think that, the hobby about the internet thing is bad and whatsoever. They have a negative views, but reality is different. I'm not like, of course, I wrote some really, really long article on my Twitter, but about this, but people who are focusing on so-called real life and all those things, they are all negative and they are all toxic, and they are trying to, focus on their own goods and own desires. But you guys, and moreover, the fans of Hololive, I saw that the fan base, the fans from all of the country, all from the whole world, they are spreading the power of the positive energy and all those things, and that was great. And for me, Hololive fans, they are the most humble, the nicest, the nicest people and most kind and generous people I ever met. I'm not lying. Of course, I didn't met every single, Hololive fans in Korea, but I met few of them, like, like KFV, of course, and, some cronies and, some brats, but they are all the same. They are humble, generous, and they are all great. For me, Hololive fans are changing the world, just like their Oshis. Those powers and everything, I could almost feel it. Yeah, I'll just cut it here because, if I admire about Hololive, that'll be too long, and I might be speaking for like a day or so. So anyway, back to the point. So already, Jaewon and Violet already told you about what happened to the Korean group, and I think some of you might know, but I'm not lying. What happened in Korean group was crazy. Maybe some of you will know, but I'll cut to the point. Day one, when before Tencho came out, when when their other favorite talents came out, they literally jumped and they literally shouted from the deepest part from the lung. And for me, please Tencho, don't kill me. When Takane Louis came out, I was like, I think I uploaded this on Twitter, but I slided from one point to another from the room. I was like, whoa, baby, yeah, and I got a slight burn on my knee. But anyway, I was like, whoa, like, ah! And the problem is after that, when Sakamata Chloe came out with other HoloX members, one of us also shouted like, yeah, all those. I'm not gonna lie. We Koreans are mad at cheering someone, and we spent every single minute to shout, to cheer, and to yell, and to dance. I'm not gonna lie. When I cheered for Miss Takanashi Kiara and Takane Louis, I felt like I sprinted for like 3 kilometers. With my full power. My heart was beating fast, my head was shaking, my arms are swollen, not exactly swollen, but feels like, but anyway, my arms are swollen, my arms were swollen, felt like swollen or whatsoever, and I lied down on the bed. I was like, okay, Takane Louis' part is over. And after that, if you remember correctly, after a few parts, Tencho came out. I was lying on the bed, like, oh shit, I jumped up from the bed, like, whoa, yes! That happened in Korean. That happened in Korean group, and the last day we are like we were like, after the show ended, we were like, okay, we can't finish like this. We will not finish like this. Let's play Hinatori, and we sang like a mad idiots, like ah, no. And after that, do you say, yeah, we chanted like some kind of a military guy, like, do you say, hey, so something like that. And that was hilarious. I'm not gonna lie, that was crazy. And I was like, great. What am I doing or whatsoever? Yeah. I mean, jeez, yeah. We did the karaoke thing like a madman, and it was like, we danced like a madman, we shouted like a crazy guys, and all those things. We were like, we have to show, even though the talents can't see it, but even though the talents couldn't see it, but we were like, okay, so we have to show our passion to Hololive talents. That is what we fans can do. And we were like, yeah, baby, let's go. Woo! Yeah, that's what happened. Okay, so yeah, this is what's happened. Yeah, this is a summary. Yeah, everything is all just the same. Yeah. So anyway, that's all. Yeah, I think that's all. So yeah, to sum up the things, I really want to say that I really thank to you guys, all those Hololive fans in Korea, and Hololive fans abroad, and everyone, and Hololive talents too. You guys are awesome. You made my day. If I didn't know you guys, my life was much more worse than now. Yeah, thank you guys. So I think I have to finish my speech because the great gentleman from the United Kingdom is waiting for the next line. So I will finish this right here. So yeah, that's all for me. Thank you for inviting me here. It was an honor.
It's good to have you guys here. Okay, well, next up, I guess, would be our group, the North America group, or East Coast specifically. That was, in this call, that's me, Lunchbox, and Moondog were all part of that group. I was the one who kind of kicked things off with getting things together, and we all grouped up and ended up meeting in Philadelphia. Kind of leading in from the Korea group. One thing that came together was that group voice call, where for day one we managed to get all four of us. It was us, one of the Japanese off-kai watch-alongs, the Korean group, and the EU group. We were all having off-kais and all in a Discord call together, and it was really a magical thing because it's hard. Like sometimes you might be feeling tired, especially because at least for us in North America, streams was starting 5 a.m. We were operating on like maybe 3 hours of sleep, right?
About 3 hours of sleep, and 5 a.m. is when it started, which was also during peak like noise complaint hours. So we also, if we went too long or too loud, we don't want Philly PD, cracking down the doors or anything.
Yeah, thankfully Quiet Hours ended at 6 and we were in a basement, so we didn't have any police breaking in on us, but it was in the back of our minds, it's do I scream, go all out at the risk of maybe getting shut down? But yeah, even so, we had a good time, and it's really you can't be low energy when you've got the Korean group screaming. It was so funny whenever for day one, the laptop was situated behind us, so I'd glance back there and I just see a bunch of guys dancing around, waving their pen lights, screaming, and then that group call, if we end up doing off-kais again, I want to do that again, because it really, even though we weren't always necessarily it's not like we were voice chatting with each other and conversing, right? Because when the performance is going on, and it's not really a thing you can easily do. But
I would love to hear
just being
more.
Oh,
people.
Go ahead.
I was going to say I would love to hear just more people just sharing the excitement. It was so much fun.
Yeah, it wasn't about the communication between the groups, but the shared energy that kind of emanated between the groups.
Exactly. And like, at least for me, it also like made me get more hype for other performances. Like when I knew Towa popped up, I also was like, Towa sama!
Yeah. When Toa and Chloe showed up, I was like, it was like the camera zooms in as I turn and look at the monitor. I'm like, oh, here he comes, and then Violet's, just appears screaming, and I was like, there it is, right on cue.
Yeah, there was like, and because of just where we are, all living in separate areas, there was a slight delay. So like, we would see Toa appear first, and then like 10 seconds later, we would hear the Korean bros just go absolutely wild when Toa and Chloe appear, and even like everybody else. It was just so much fun.
Overall, I was really glad we got to meet up because like for Third Fest, I was just alone in my room watching it, hanging out on Discord, which is also, it's a communal experience as well, like either talking with people on Discord or in the spawn chat. But meeting up for me was definitely special because all the things we got to do together, and when you're all in the room cheering together, and it's a really special atmosphere.
Of course, also a huge highlight for me is I live pretty close to Philadelphia, meaning that it only costs like a $10 train ride to get there. Meaning that this was much cheaper than buying tickets for the 3 days. So that was good from a financial standpoint, from my perspective.
Yeah, and one of the things is like, most of the people who joined were kind of from the area. I think it was me and Beats who kind of flew in, but it was still like one of those experiences. Like, I would definitely do this again. I would definitely want to meet more KFP. The top thing was watching Kiara, absolutely do amazing during her performance, watching the fest with everybody, but just meeting KFP in general was just such a delight. It's we talk to each other, via text all the time. We get to know each other via like either it's Twitter, YouTube, Discord, any other means. But one of the best things is like, you finally get to see a face behind the name, and you get to like actually cheer together, and it just makes the experience just like 10 times more special.
And a lot of us that were at Philly are also going to be meeting up again in Boston. So that'll be fun at the Anime Boston when that happens.
Yeah, and I would love to. And even with Halloween Connect, which was, I guess, for us EST is a major big thing for us when the Halloween Connect was announced. Being in NA, that's a that's a big
even
buzz
though
for us.
If non-Americans aren't aware, America's very wide. So, like, even getting to, like, that is still a pretty big trip.
Yep.
Going from, I think it's the equivalent of going from, like,
Spain to Russia,
basically. Like Spain to, like, Kazakhstan, going from the East Coast to the West Coast. So, that'll be a pretty wide, trip. Like I've said, we gotta get the covered wagons and go across the Oregon Trail across America. But even if I can't get a ticket, if I'm not one of those I'm gonna take a guess and assume that the venue has about 6,000 seats, and I'm gonna assume there's more than 6,000 HoloLive fans in America. So if I'm not one of them, I'm still hoping to get down to Fest, just because that's where people are gonna be there. I see Falk saying, aren't trains fast enough for that by now? Falk, you think we have trains in America? We have trains in the Northeast. That's about it. This is a country of roads. It takes about 2 or 3 days to drive across the country. So yeah, that's like I said, covered wagon. We got to get the oxes up. We got to, get the dysentery ready. All that, the full Oregon Trail experience.
So kind of talking about the Kiara side of things, because like, ultimately, at least for us, is because we're KFP, because we wanted to watch Kiara together. The fest was like a really cool thing that she was in that we all wanted to see together, was really the impetus for us to all meet up. So, in a way, this really wouldn't have happened without her and us all, enjoying her and the community so much that we would want to get together to do something like this, right? So I really do want to thank her, and I want to talk about kind of what we thought about her appearances that day.
Yeah, that's this has been a wonderful, positive podcast with a bunch of love and energy about Kiara. So I'll come in and bring some hot takes about what I was experiencing the whole time. I've got a list. It exists. I taken notes in my brain about. I know if you're listening, Mr. Yago. Take note. These are this is how you can save Fifth Fest. One. My biggest weird thing that I noticed at first was Hollow Spy was very weirdly edited. Hollow Spy was very slow paced. The BGM was very kind of like toned down. It was very like a calm BGM, and the editing wasn't really like when you watch the main channel videos, especially like the Hollow Bonjour and stuff. Those are very fast. They're very like snappy. They're very like they have a very the classic Japanese like style of editing and energy where like you see like on like their variety shows and stuff. That's there in the normal main channel videos. But Hollow Spy didn't really have that. Hollow Spy was very like it's just kind of them hanging out and they're playing a game. We got a couple moments like when Kiara was mad that no one noticed Tina Tori. But stuff like that, like, you gotta make that quicker. You gotta keep that pace up. And also, I don't even know what happened, Hollow Spy. I don't know who won. I don't know if the girls know who won. Because they seemed about as confused about the rules as I was the entire time. I think Amelia won? Because Amelia and Crony...
The spies did win, from what I understand, and it was because their goal was to be able to finish their objectives without being caught. And at the end of it all, they finished their objectives, and everybody guessed the spies wrong.
Yeah, but then what were the points for? I don't get that.
It was kind of there were some odd things about it. Sure, like. I'm still confused about 1, 2, 4, 8 hint. It's
I don't know what
my head until I hear an answer.
Yago,
and
what? Tell us. You got to tweet it out. But like, so I think Amelia won because Amelia's team with Crony got 8 points. They had the most points in that part of the game. But then also Amelia made it to the end as a spy, so she kind of won both aspects. So I think she won. I guess. So, yeah, I'm not really sure what was going on there.
So, yeah, it was like, I liked the individual, like, situations, right?
Yeah.
Like, where they were trying, like, the emoji thing was funny.
Yeah, the actual games were great.
The individual games were awesome. And, like, it was kind of funny. Like, I loved when, like, Kiara was, like, every time with the Google Translates of the songs, where she's like, oh, I know this one.
And the one she got is the one she didn't know. Yeah,
exactly. But yeah, I have to admit, like when I was watching it till after the first round, where I was like, oh, I think I understand how this works now.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't know if the girls know how it works by the end. Like, I don't think they know who won either. At least some of them seemed kind of confused by the end. So yeah, some tweaking in that presentation. I guess my next hot take in my mental list that we've discussed here a bit is of course the camera. I don't know how the pre-production works on this. If they had like ideally the way that this would work is it's kind of hard. You would presumably have dedicated times where you look at the choreo and you say, okay, these are our segments of the choreo that absolutely need to be seen, where these are a couple times where we can cut to audience really quick. Or we can cut to a wide shot really quick and know that going in. Third Fest is good with it, to where it's like, okay, when the kick happened, like with the kickery kick happened, They brought the camera straight, front, center, directly in camera. Kiara focused right in the middle. You see it. The camera tracks with the foot. You're like, perfect. That's a perfect display.
Perfect shot. Perfect
Yeah.
shot.
Where in this, it's stuff like in the middle of Kiara's Suki-chan like dance solo, they just cut to like the gigantic wide shot in the back of the venue, and because they're not Kiara's like giantess like idea wasn't implemented, we kind of miss out on the second half of her dance solo because she's so tiny doing it like down on stage. So it's like, what, like, is it just like who's in the booth being like, okay, cut to camera 2, cut to camera 3, like whoever was doing that wasn't making calls at the right time, and it's, does that person know the choreo? Because that's the most important part with that. They got to know when to cut to random audience member reaction, and because when they're doing that, we're missing like specific things that we, the audience, as nice as it is to see, like to be like, oh my god, look, it's KFP in the crowd. At the same time, like, oh geez, I'm not seeing what Kiara's doing. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. It felt like they were doing wide shots or audience shots at the wrong times.
And now this is also a big thing is they very much are kind of big on making this emulate a real concert. They, the way they present this is that this is not virtual except for the teleporting in. That's the only virtual thing they do. Aside from that, they present these as this is the real anime girl on the stage in front of you. Where I feel like that's looking kind of backwards with how this is edited, when they could be taking the aspect. Now, sure, maybe a giantess model is the way to go. Who am I to say? The other options we have stuff like just maybe do picture-in-picture. You know, maybe cut a quick split screen edit where we have, we want to cut to an audience reaction. Don't pull the camera away from the talent. Do a split screen, have half still focused on the talent, have half, cut to the audience, have half cut to the wide shot. You can do stuff like that.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking if they had like a way maybe of like having another camera angle visible, or I think even like some concerts there's like 2 streams even, like where one is like a focused camera angle and another
like a choreo cam. Like how even just in the bottom right have a little choreo cam.
In like sports, you would have like 2 cameras. You have one where like the announcers would make their announcements, and then you would do weird cuts all over the place and stuff like that. But then you would have the sky cam, which is literally a camera with no commentary, and it's just the game, and it's right over everything static. Like it's like as if you're watching it live. Like if there was like a non-edited where it's just the single camera POV, you're a fan sitting in the crowd. That would have been great. Like even if it is like way in the back and smaller, like you could still see everything, and then they can adjust cameras and all that.
Like there is it is a legitimate problem where you get a better appreciation from the choreo if someone was standing in the crowd with a cell phone filming the screen than from the actual stream, because that random bootleg cell phone video that would exist actually shows all the choreo. And now choreo is a thing to me that, like, I don't know if it's just my brain. I don't get it. Like, I look at, like, unless it's something like the kick or a lot of, like footwork stuff, like Nene's tap dancing thing she did, I have no idea what's going on in choreo. Like, a lot of people freak out about the Bae thing. I look at it, like, her Bae is dancing, I don't even know what's happening. My mind just goes to a blur when I look at that. So that makes the weird camera angles and stuff even weirder to me, because I can barely track who's going where. But that kind of also brings in, I would say, the biggest issue with what was kind of going on with Do You. Kiara said her whole thing about like Do You, which I agree with most of it. I've not been to an Idol concert, but I have been to a lot of punk concerts. And Idol, like J-pop Idol music and punk music have a weird kind of DNA double helix kind of situation going on. where they're almost completely unrelated, but the kind of energy is the same, of wanting the crowd to feel part of the live experience. And that is, I think, the biggest thing that they should be taking the opportunity of, with the fact that these girls don't get the opportunity to have a live crowd. Like, rarely. They get like one chance a year normally. So that fact that there is a live crowd there, I think should really be considered in performance choice with like call and response and things like that. As like the JP members were saying earlier, Do You is kind of set up to where if you don't know Do You, or also don't know the kind of K-pop style chants, then you have a hard time getting into it. Kiara said it doesn't leave much space open for the kind of, you have some songs like Heart Challenger is a very good one that leaves space open for, it doesn't have a specific guided chants in the song, but it leaves space open for the crowd to take those to come into those chants and whatnot, which is what a lot of like normal punk music stuff kind of has. There's a whole subgenre of punk called oi, and it is specifically called that for chanting like oi, 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 like with the beat, which is what idol shows do, you know? So Do You kind of lacks that, where Heart Challenger is like perfectly set up for that. And you can see it with comparing the Do You performance with Ghost Roll. Ghost Roll has the other kind, which is specific, directed in the song chants, kind of like a Blitzkrieg Bop, hey ho, let's go kind of thing, where like the whoa part of Ghost Roll, like even in the stream, we could hear the audience, and everyone in the Discord was doing it, like chanting along with that, and like that's great. That is what you're making the audience part of the instrument of the performance. They're not just watching the show now. In that call and response of Ghost Roll, like the audience is part of the band now. They're part of the performer, and really utilizing that in a live audience is something that I hope the talents think about when doing song choices next year. Like that Deco style really fit that well in. A lot of the Deco song had that. That said, like all of that though, all that, like I said, all my hot takes, Kiara still did wonderful. Like she did pretty much everything perfectly. The way she, for all the like guff about the cameraman, that last shot of Kiara coming around, doing around, like she comes in, she turns around, she has the confident wink. Oh, perfect. Is like, you're like, there, she nailed it. Like what she did was exactly what she needed to do from the moment the fest started until it ended. Everything was
out of her control, but everything that she did was wonderful. It was perfect. Like I like, just to kind of end off our EST section. It's like we woke up, like we mentioned, at 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Barely any sleep for like 2 days straight. Sometimes even less sleep. We all got there. We all just cheered our hearts out, even though we probably had some quiet hour issues, but like we didn't care it by the end of the time. It was just such a hype experience at 5 a.m. that by the end of it we were so awake that it was like we were still kind of hyping over it. And
I think I expected to go back to sleep after the concerts, then go have energy for the rest of the day, but none of us did. We most of us went through the entire weekend on like a total of like 5 or 6 hours of sleep. Like I think from waking up like 2 hours before the Nina collab to then when I got back home, I think yesterday, I think in that entire time I maybe slept about 5 hours.
Yeah, it was a rough weekend sleep wise, and I do want to reiterate kind of like what Lunchbox said, that like Kiara, whenever the camera was there, she was there, right? Like you could look at any point of when she was doing, and she was going strong, right? Like love seeing her dance, love to hear her sing. While I think there were like maybe some issues with the mixing of stuff and how the live band worked and the other vocals, there were parts I did like. I thought the guitar, when the guitar kicked in, was a pretty cool kind of different sound for Do You. But overall, like, I mean, when the song came on, the light sticks were orange. We started cheering like mad. Was hearing Violet screaming through the other cam. I was looking over. EU was shaking their pen lights like crazy. We were shaking our lights, cheering along. Because like, if you're KFP, then you know Do You well enough that like when the KIARA comes on, you know that's your cue. So as a KFP, you know, I really did enjoy Do You. Ghost Rule also great, and the group song, I'm certainly glad they went with Kiara's choice because that was a really cute group performance with the four of them. And I'm glad that I really like that, you know, that they collectively were like, you know, we want Kiara to have this little dance, this solo dance part, right?
That was great.
Overall, like, love the performance.
Yeah, I think if I could like kind of write a thesis, it would be like amazing actors in a movie that could have used better direction. Is the analogy I would say to this.
Yep. It was just a wonderful experience altogether. You know, that it just, Kiara was just so great. It was so amazing to see her. Meeting KFP was great. You know, it's just one of those magical experiences, just to say, just man, I just love being a part of this community. It's such a wonderful thing to both just have something to all care about, just to see her succeed and just be amazing all together.
Yeah, and it was overall just a great experience. Like not only were we all together and then talking virtually and talking online, but even like randomly running into HoloLive fans. While we were in and out. Like the dude who Shugo and I ran into that was like saw my Deadbeat shirt. Turned out he was Chum Bud, and after we talked for a while, he just gave us free cookies. He was like, "Oh no, no need to pay." And then like, I think we ran into what was maybe a KFP when we were at round 1, and it's really fun, like just having these random encounters.
At one point, we were getting just cheesesteaks because Philadelphia, and I can't remember who, but one of us had the Bay like jacket on, and the guy was I'm pretty sure like the guy who's like serving the cheesesteaks was like, yeah, Bales, like, you know, and we were like, oh, like, all right, like that we weren't expecting that, like. So yeah, that kind of like surprise encounter of HoloLive fans. Yeah, it was Jarmstra had the Bales jacket on. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is really cool, and a plus also to the HoloLive merch, because when other people see you wearing it, then it's like they know they have a connection with you. So yeah, overall, it was a magical weekend. One of the best memories I've ever had, and looking forward to more in the future. And if you are going to Anime Boston or know anyone going to Anime Boston, have them message me because I'm organizing a meetup for that.
DM either Beats or me. Like we're going to try to do another meetup again.
As well as earlier today, this is more for you guys down in the south. Some
MomoCon.
EN girls and Tempest guys got announced for MomoCon later.
That is my hometown. So if people want, I will make a post about that, seeing if we can get another KFP. This is a big thing. I just doing more meetups. I want to do that this year.
KFP is running up and down the 13 colonies, just going up and down there from con to con.
So I believe our EU group is next. Are they ready? Do we need a little more time? I will say one of the fun things we did in the virtual call while we wait for EU is when we were in that Discord call together, like messing around with like plushies with the Kiara plushies, like bringing them up to the camera and like playing around with stuff. So then
Yeah, we
those chances to have fun with each other.
So, if we're all good, we can move on to EU.
So
yeah.
actually, for EU, you can unmute yourself now and just talk. Feel free.
Hello?
Guys.
Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Nice. Oh no. Where should we start now? There's a lot going on in a weekend, to be honest.
That is pretty true, actually.
Hey, does my audio work? Is it fine?
Yeah. I can hear you at least, yeah.
Can you hear me
That's
okay?
enough. Yeah.
Lovely, lovely.
Maybe Unity can start first? Because my brain is still a bit right now.
Okay, sure. Well, I can just start, I guess, look back a bit to like the general idea. It was pretty clear from the start that a lot of KFP that live in EU will be like traveling. Some of you made it to like Japan, which was really cool. And there was like the idea, okay, what's with those guys and girls who, stayed behind? Like, is there a possibility to maybe make like a hangout happen? And I'm not sure exactly how the planning went down. I was like dragged in at some point because I had showed interest. Like I think most of the planning was done by like I think Crayons and TRs, so shout out to them. Anyway, and then it basically ended up that we looked for some spot at an undisclosed location that was kind of like reachable overall by by all of us in a decent way. And then we basically just like looked how many people get together and like booked like Airbnb, right? And so yeah, it was like we were there for like 3 days. Well, we just had to be there like super early, right? So Friday, right? And yeah, any particular thing you want to add, Mel, maybe?
I think the Airbnb we choose is super good for like the concert thingy because the Airbnb is in the middle of nowhere. It's really just grass and river. So we have no neighbor except the potentially alpaca. So during the fest or the concert, we can blast the speakers and cheers and yell wherever we want.
True,
Also,
good point.
Yeah. And also, I was a bit worrying about because it is like out of the town, maybe the internet will be scuffed, but thankfully, good internet and high quality concert. So location wise, it is a good place to stay. So if not only us or maybe other KFP want to have a meetup for this kind of events, totally recommend to get a Airbnb in the middle of nowhere. Can recommend.
Yeah, exactly that. We basically didn't like bother anyone, and also like no one could see us like cheer with the 10 lights through the windows. It was also like a bit of a relief, right? So that was pretty cool. Yeah, it was kind of like tough for like the EU people to like catch all the times, right? So the first day was easy, right? We just kind of woke up early enough, set everything up with a gold attack, and just waited for the concert. And the second day was a bit spicy because for us it started at 5. So if anyone wanted to like get ready, we needed to wake up like 4 or something. But actually everyone made it up, so that was pretty cool. and yeah, we. I think I don't know. Anyone like? Should I like say who was there, or it's like? I guess you can check it out on Twitter if you're interested. Like, Crayons posted some pictures, Kalman posted pictures, and now also. So you can like check your stuff up on Twitter, and yeah, like everyone like made it to like the second day, which was really cool, to the Deco concert, and we kind of were like high energy. We kind of like bridged the gap to the second day just fine, and also like cheered for the girls, but we didn't kind of crash like afterwards, so you know it wasn't that easy. It's if I like go to like the performances themselves, like what was your favorite male? Do you have like anything from like day one and day two that was like except for Kiara that like was striking for you?
I would say the Ollie and Hachima performances really surprised me, because like from what like my image to Hachima is like okay, cute, like idol kind of music styles, but when they are on stage it's like they just make the stage on fire. It's like cool, hot and spicy. So I was like, oh, that surprised me. And remember, like Tyrus just broke down when Ollie's appears, right? He just completely dead on the spot. So that was an experience for me. And like besides Ollie and Hashima, I want to comment more about Do You, because I expect Do You already, but the guitar is really caught me off guard. And I'm not sure it's because the audio problems or like something's weird, because like in the middle when it shows the KIARA, I was supposed to see the crowd would be like, you know, just shout KIARA, but like on our side it's just it's not as hype as I expected. So it's a bit weird, but in general, I can see like from the screen, I can see the audience is still hyped as usual. Yeah. What about the others?
Yeah, I say for myself, I say obviously going back to the Hatchmer point, because I think before I became a fan of Kiara, I was a Hat-on to begin with, and you know, she definitely has an amazing voice, and she definitely always plays with her performances. I think for me, I really liked Polka's Persona. I think it's a really good song. The lyrics are quite incredible, and obviously she always knocks out the park whenever she goes for her performances. But I think for me personally, I'm from England, so I do apologise for the old British side of things, but I tried to go for the tickets, but unfortunately I was unsuccessful in going through, so I still was able to go to Japan anyway, so had an amazing time, and it was just, I guess it's nice to sort of be given an opportunity. I obviously know with JP concerts and events, it's normally pretty much only exclusively for within the country itself rather than from the outside. So it was nice to actually been given the chance, and although I wasn't, you know, lucky, was still able to cheer everyone on and obviously see everyone out at KFP as well from the off guys. But you know, hopefully maybe next time we have a bit more luck, and obviously with the Halloween Connect as well, another chance as well, definitely. But yes, it's gonna be an interesting one. But it's just been nice just because I don't know if it's like the same with your countries as well, but you know, Hololive, well, anime anything or let alone Hololive is pretty much non-existent in terms of I guess culture. It's definitely becoming a lot more ingrained with people saying, you know, check out different things here and there, but I think I've already run into one person who may have recognized, you know, a Gura t-shirt or a KFP hoodie that I was wearing. So it's been, you know, quite overwhelming going into Japan and having people stop me. I suppose, especially being, you know, KFP having the orange colours and like, oh, you know, are you KFP? And I'm like, oh yeah. You know, it's been nice to have that interactions, and you know, I think it's just sort of nice to sort of express that interest, because I don't really know many people within my country who actually has the fan base knowledge from that side. But yeah, but no, definitely overall enjoyed it. I'm still yet to catch up on the day two. It's just been a bit non-stop in Japan, but you know, I've been very grateful for the opportunities we've been given. So thank you, obviously, everyone who helped organise the events, you know, Merengue and Dominic and everyone for for all the events. So do appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, that was definitely like a very cool thing. We had like the other groups on the group call, and I saw them like cheering. It was a bit weird because for us it was like in the middle of the morning, right? It was like kind of lit up outside, and they had like this really dark room with like the pen lights going like ham. So it looked really good for them. Like us, I don't know if it came out that well. Like at the Deco concert, of course, right? Because it was still dark, but. It was always cool to see them like cheer like in the corner. It was like such high energy from all the other groups. It was like you really felt like you're like connected. So that was really nice. A good idea by you guys to set it up. I think I will just like quickly add like to my reactions to like the performances which I liked. Something that Mao said, by the way. We had like a lot of people in the group that also liked like specific other like holos, for example, like she mentioned Tiara's liking Ollie. So for him it was like very special when she like had her like reveal, right? I think Reina got like a good reception, and some JP girls as well. So everyone had not just Kiara but someone else also to cheer for. Personally, I was kind of like curious and excited to like see like Iris like 3D and like dance debut. Also, I liked it, right? So I think she did really well because I know that she was like very nervous. So that was like one of the highlights for me. I agree with like the Hachama and Ollie collabo. Let's say like it was great, like super high energy, and I think like the screams and all that. It really surprised me. I didn't think they would go with such a song. With the first day, so it was the best one first day. I don't know. It's just like hard to pick like this is my favorite. Everyone else was worse. It's just I think it's most special, of course, like Kiara songs. With Do You, I kind of know where she is like getting at with like criticism, but I think she's just like a perfectionist. Like everyone knows her, and I rewatched it, right, and I don't think it was like that bad. There was like a part in the song where like the bass was not really like being implemented into the band performance because the passages were like the really deep bass like carries like the musical side of the song, but without it, it was like up to Kiara to make up for that. So I think that just like put more eyes and more focus on like her performance, her singing and her dancing, and she carried it just fine. Like she had an absolutely amazing choreography that I think was like very well received, and musically, like when the chorus came in, like the guitars were really cool. So I think it still had like great energy overall and a good impact. And I read like not just in our KFP space, but like I like peeked outside a little bit, and the reception like in other places was also very positive. So I think everyone loved the performance. I mean, like I understand that she like would have loved for it to be like perfectly like implemented into like a band song, but it was still very good. And the song with Mume. Also like really liked it. It was like super catchy, so that a bit stuck in my head. And for me, it was also very special because it was like Mume's first like moment on the big scene, right? And not the song, but like this whole of this. I think it's very when like the girls have like the big moment for the first time. It's just like really interesting. That's why I liked to see Council and Iris. And like ID2 for the first time, but like when it comes to the Deco song in particular, I just really liked how like they matched. Like I checked like Mume's reaction afterwards, and I think she was still like a bit in awe, right? And she mentioned how she also thought that the voices are like blending so well together, and that she was really happy to sing with Kiara, and that she wants to sing more right with her. So it was really cute, good reaction by Mume. And I hope they actually will do more together. Like I think they really have a lot of potential to like sound really good, like when they sing. Like I think I could just wrap it, but pardon me, water. I would just wrap it up. Any last words?
I think it's in general for the concert. like just in general for all three concerts. And this year, like Aston Sports just have some opinions about the camera angle, and I agree with that because the dance, especially for Bells and Kiara, because they are the dancer for the Hololive Yen, or maybe also actually Iris. So I was like staring at the monitor and just thinking, give me all the full body shots of their dance. I just want to see their dance. But sometimes the camera change a bit too fast. Maybe because they just want to capture how the audience is getting hyped, so they just do a quick change. But I would be very appreciative if the staff son can just keep a high part of the dance for the talents more than the audience. But in general, it is pretty much a very nice experience. And also, in music-wise, I think this year's music genre is way more diverse than the last year because maybe because of more talent. So they add a bit more pop song and also the rock song, and so that we don't really always stick to the cute idol vibe, but we can also sometimes have this rock it out, this kind of experience, especially like when I saw at Kelly's and Iris performance, I can see the audience is just spinning their hands and the light sticks just going back and forth. Like as a perspective of like Hololive is a idol entertainment company, that this is a very fresh experience for like all of us. Maybe I can't speak for the others, but just my opinion. So I really hope that the next fest can have like more different genres of music to bring us more fresh experience. I think, yep, that's for my part.
Okay. So, what's with you, Swatter? Do you want to add something or like
Yeah,
last?
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I guess overall, I had a blast. So, I feel like because I've been so, used to running around everywhere. I think from the day that I went to the Offkai, traveled from Kyoto back to Tokyo, and then just rushed in, rushed out. So mine was always a bit of a blur. So every time I would be watching the shows, I'm like, oh, this is great, and just cheering them on as I can. I guess it was just in the zone. But yeah, I think it's really interesting hearing everyone's comments and. And I do hope obviously that someone may be listening and potentially take that on as potential feedback because they're always growing. I mean, like obviously last year we just had the 3D debut of Holly and First Generation, and that was about it. Yeah, it's nice to obviously have them, having a collab songs and then going to do MCing as well. And I think they definitely do listen to the fan base, and obviously I know that Kiara retweeted the Hololive survey feedback, so I'm sure that'd be quite beneficial for all the points that were raised, and because I'm pretty sure that they'll definitely take them all on board. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing how they take it even further. I mean, even for the technology itself for the stage, every time I see it, I'm like, oh, this is amazing. How they could even potentially top this for another time, and yet they still somehow do it. So it's just amazing. And overall, I just had a blast watching, and fingers crossed we can all meet up again some other time, and rock out with everyone and cheer them all on as best we can, either through off-guys or through different countries or even in person. I think that'd be definitely an amazing thing to see. So thank you for having me onto the space.
Okay, if that's fine, I would add also a last thing. Like for me, the fest is like something that makes Hololive very special, and it's because if you look at some of the girls, not everyone has a big music output, right? So some just mostly are just gaming streamers with focus on that kind of thing. So it's still they go to preparations, they do their best, and seeing this kind of idol journey, and then seeing the girls perform on stage is just something very yeah, I don't know, it's like very moving in a sense. And when you look at like the reactions, for example, like I mentioned, Mume, who's like said like flat out that she's like very motivated by having performed like that, and like is looking really forward like to the next year and wants to do the best, like improve her dancing, improve her singing. So that's just like really sweet to see, and I wouldn't want to miss that. So that's why I really like this whole fest experience. And not just like from like a fan, like community perspective, like cheering together to support the girls, but also like seeing like the girls, like, you know, having the time of their life, like glowing up during the performance. Like the dances were like mentioned, the like bass performance was great, of course. Like a lot of the girls, like I think, had like moves like that were like tailored to like their particular skill set at the time. So like everyone actually like performed well. Like it all was great, and I really just like seeing that kind of thing. So yeah, thank you for like having me here. I'll just like shut up now and like let the others carry over. And yeah, I just really enjoyed the fest.
Yep, I think that's all for me as well. Maybe we'll let other KFP to speak.
And thank you very much. The next group we actually have is more of a grabback, or Satsudan, I think. So I would like to greet them onto this stage, basically. Please unmute yourself, and yeah, the stage is yours.
Hello.
Hi, Demo. We can hear you.
Hi.
And I actually met you, so this is even more interesting now.
Yeah, it's very nice to meet you all. Yeah. So who's gonna start first?
I would suppose you, because you're speaking already.
Okay. Okay. I'll start my story. Okay. Originally, I wasn't planning to come to Japan because, like, I wasn't like a concert type person. You know, like, I wasn't the type of person that would go to a concert and like cheer or like crazy. But my mind changed after like Melange-san announced that she will arrange the off-kai, and I decided that I really want to meet all KFP folks, including those who I've worked on KFP projects with, like Dom, and those whose name has been constantly appearing on Kira's stream. Yeah, I want to meet all you guys also. So I decided that despite the possibility of not getting any tickets, I decided to ask my real life boss for personal leave, and I booked flights and hotels like a month ahead. Yeah. And I was like really nervous within days before flying. And I arrived at like Haneda Airport at midnight. So I had to stay at the airport for the rest of the night. And apparently I couldn't sleep. I can't just like rest for like less than an hour. And the next day, I actually first met Paul, Dominic, and Jaller. Jaller is a friend of Dom, and we had a wonderful time on the Skytree. Yeah. And to be honest, that time my brain wasn't functioning well because the lack of sleep. And so after that, I just went straight back to the hotel and got some sleep. And that night was the off-kai. I think our gather point was in like the Akihabara radio station, and it was really obvious to catch up because like many people are wearing orange there. But I didn't. I just wore a T-shirt with Impress Kira on it, the Impress outfit. I was so nervous, but I was so nervous as fuck. But I still try to like greet some of them and exchange name cards, etc. Yeah, and I met a lot of people like Patrick, Jay, Gerald, General, Sally, Seafoam Boy, Nini, Koala, Motion, and some other more. If sorry, I'm missing anyone's name. Yeah. And yeah, everyone just looked so happy to see upon seeing each other, and it's like mind blowing when you think of that. Everyone actually came from the whole world. Yeah. And the details of the Occupy, I think many people mentioned earlier, so I'm gonna just skip it, including the 50 people trying to get into the 9th floor on a single elevator part. Yeah. And at the Off-Kai, I actually wasn't I didn't talk too much. I was just silently listening to others chatting, enjoying the vibe. So yeah, and some people are playing the darts machine, and we're like when we waited up line paying for the dinner, and each of us got a Chen guide from we're paying to Merange, and like some other folks are like giving us Chen guides and stuff. Yeah. And then that night we got to Shinjuku. After the Off-Kai, we went to Shinjuku to see the Yukina Vision ad arranged by Paul. Yeah, and I thought that moment was very wholesome because like everyone was waiting. Everyone was so excited waiting for the ads to appear, and it was like I don't know how to describe. It just feels so wholesome, and I feel like everyone is like waiting for the same moment, and we have the same goal to cheer on for Kiara and Holo Ian. It just feel like KP is a family, and it's just so wholesome. Yeah. And I was also very excited. I couldn't restrain myself from jumping around. I was also super excited. Yeah. And we also say Auf Wiedersehen to each other when we say goodbye. I thought that was like very like the KFE moment. Yeah. And wow, have I took too much time?
No, not very.
Okay, I still have 2 days to go, so the next day I went to Shinjuku to play the piano at the government building, and that's some of you guys know Kiara shared it on a pre-chat of me playing Hinotori in a building. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm so happy with it. And I after that I played piano whole day, and after like 4 o'clock I used my whole speed to Shibuya to see the ad, and back to Shinjuku again for more ads. The ads, the official ads arranged by Cover. And then it was so late, so I go back to the hotel real quick, grab my snacks, and like took the taxi to karaoke. And I'm gonna talk about karaoke later. I'm gonna talk about the expo first. I got a second day expo ticket thanks to Jay, Pat, and Patrick's girlfriend. With all the help, I finally got a second expo ticket. I wasn't expecting I got a ticket to the expo, so I was like, I'm gonna join the Off-Kai, and it will be already worth it. But like, it's a surprise that I got a second day ticket, and I got early. I got up at 4:30 a.m. I got so early. I didn't sleep the night before. I only slept like 1 hour or so, and I got there. I got an expo event at 6:30, and there was already like thousands of people in front of me. And that morning was so, like, I would say in pain because I stood so long, my feet hurts. And I finally got in at around 10 o'clock. Yeah. I was too tired to find a place. Too tired, so I tried to find a place to rest. And I met Pong and Seafoam Boy and some cow bros there. I got my food and drink, and the food and drink they're actually quite good. I got the Kiara fried chicken and the Kiara drink. Kiara drink is kind of a bit like juice, fruit juice, sweet thingy. It was pretty good. And okay, my brain is going 100%. The internet, when I was in line in the morning, my internet was so bad I couldn't get my merch ticket thingy working. So at last I got a merch ticket. Whatchamacallit, the ticket, and I got number 5,588. So apparently a lot of things sold up when my number was called, but I still bought a few things like the acrylic stand, the keychain, and the sticker. That's it. And I'm also tired. I used my whole last energy in the last hour before I left to see around the expo. And God damn it, I hate transferring trains in Tokyo. I have to walk so long. You have to walk like 1 kilometer away to transfer trains, and my feet was already hurting. Yeah. And the karaoke. At the karaoke, we watched the concert. It was total different experience one from watching alone, because you get to cheer with other KFB members. You can cheer together, and instead of cheering alone at home, it was cringy. So it was a really different feeling. And as I watched the members on stage, I got a little bit emotional because it's been a long journey from the beginning since I started watch Holland Ian. And at first they're just streaming, and now they are on stage. It's a long journey, and finally seeing them on stage just make me like so emotionally moved, because we all grow up. It's a kind of bit like watching our OGs grow up, and we also grow up, and how they treat our lives. Yeah, I was a low self-esteem person like years ago, but now I can stand here and tell everyone, I play the piano and I play pretty good. All thanks to Kiara and KFP, because they gave me they changed my life. They gave me the energy to become what I am today. Yeah. So it's I almost cried, but I didn't, because everyone was cheering so happily. I couldn't have the vibe to cry, so I hold it back and let's cheer just like everyone else. Yeah.
You know that Kaigai Nikki that got on camera, who was just
yeah, just like that. My feeling is just like that, just like Kaigai Nikki. I don't know if everyone saw that on the camera. There was a Kaigai Nikki with his tears on the edge of his eyes. Yeah, that's my kind of feeling. And I said I almost cried, but I didn't. Yeah. Yeah, and after the karaoke, that's also a wholesome part. Like, we went to the Asakusa temple and we took photos there, and went to a riverbank to see some night sceneries and like chatty with each other. And we hugged each other, and some people have to leave early. We say Vida-san, and also hugs. That is another moment that made me think that, wow, KFP is just such a family, such a wholesome family. Yeah. And we discussed it about the off-kai earlier, that we want to bring snacks, but we weren't able to because due to the restaurant's restrictions. So I had a like whole bag of Taiwanese snacks. Yeah, I probably was the only Taiwanese coming to the off-kai. I brought a whole bag of Taiwan snacks and tried to distribute. Okay, I cannot speak. To distribute them all to other KFP members because I don't want to bring them back home. So I just try to like, hey, take this. Hey, take this. Hey, take this. Yeah, we should have a picnic, but yeah, couldn't couldn't find a good spot. Guai Guai, yes, of course, Guai Guai, yeah, I would need to know that. And also after the second day we went to the Asakusa temple for both days after the karaoke, and after the second day almost ended, Patrick and his girlfriend and Daniel and Dominic actually sent me to the stations. And they sent me off to the airport, and we hugged each other before leaving. And at that moment, I just wish this moment never ended. Yeah. So I was back to airport. I was so lost. I didn't want to go back because I had work next day. Oh, this small story. I got back to Taipei at around before 11 o'clock in the morning, and I asked my inner life boss for personal leave until 11. So I had to work from 11. I worked from home that day, but I was so tired. I slept on my bed until like 6 p.m. when my work should be off. I was too tired because I slept so less in the weekend. And I was so tired. And yeah, to wrap it all up, Merange says he's gonna arrange another off-kai next year. So if that ever happens, which most probably will happen, I will go to next year's off-kai at all cost. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah,
thanks
thanks
for
sharing.
thanks for showing up. Can everybody hear me, by the way?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Yeah, awesome. Also, if you didn't catch it, literally just now, as you were done, Kiara has been chosen as a official promoter and ambassador for White Shorts.
Ooh.
She just tweeted about it right this second, which is pretty cool. So, speaking of White Shorts, does anybody know what I'm supposed to do with 30 copies of Kiara's White Shorts card? Anybody have an idea of what I'm supposed to do with 30 copies of Kiara's White Shorts card? Because I now own 30 copies of Kiara's White Shorts card. If you don't know, I went to I'm here in Japan, by the way, and also this is Jero. For those of you who don't know me, I was in Akihabara earlier this week, and I stopped by one of the many card shops there, which is like my drug, cardboard crack, and I noticed in the White Shorts section the Hololive display where they had all of the singles for sale. And all of the EN members were sold out, except Kiara, and there were 30 copies there. And I felt very frustrated because that's not cool. That means nobody was buying her card. So I pulled the gentleman who was working the counter. I pulled him over, and I grabbed some of the random some of the other members. I'm going to use them as tokens or whatever when I play Magic. Like I got Ollie cards for zombie tokens, et cetera, et cetera. And then when I got to Kiara at the very end, I pointed to the stack and I looked at him and I said, Zimbu, kudasai. And he just looks at me like, Zimbu? And I said,
all of them.
Zimbu, kudasai. And so he pulls out the first stack of 15 because they were separated into 2 stacks of 15. And he hands them to me. And then I say, yeah, Zimbu.
Oh my God. That's so nice.
And so he pulls out the second stack. So I fixed it. So now these cards have a good home. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do with them because I don't play Weishwatz anymore. It's far too expensive to play in the United States, and the supply is far too limited. And there's no tournaments locally where I'm at. The closest one is a city away, which is like an hour's drive. So I kind of gave up on the game a year ago. But I use the cards commonly for like stuff in Magic, but I don't know if I ever need 30 of these. So I'll bring some with me to Boston since I'll be going there. And if you guys want a few of them to do stuff with, then go ahead. Otherwise, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with these. Anyway, so can I just say that I think undoubtedly, if you don't want to if she doesn't want to use the term best dancer, I completely understand. But I think it's indisputable that Kiara is the most technically adept dancer in pretty much all of Hololive. And what I mean by that is, like, when you see somebody, and this is coming from a person who used to be in martial arts, like when you see somebody who really understands their craft and really understands and has their moves down in martial arts and stuff, there's just a crispness and like an intention, and every move is clearly defined and just flows together beautifully and with such precision. And I think Kiara's dancing, especially when you look at the collab dance that she did, it was just very clear that she had a technical mastery of dancing that a lot of the other girls just don't have. And I find that really cool about her, is that this is what she's worked for so long to do well, and that she absolutely is in if not the best, like within the top 3 of the entirety of Hololive, for being an excellent technical dancer, being able to do crazy things like, memorize an entire choreography within an hour and then being able to execute it. Like, all of that stuff's incredibly impressive. I understand her reservations about her own performance, but I don't think anything with the performance that went wrong was her fault. I think her dancing and her singing were extremely well executed. It was beautiful. It was awesome to see. The dancing was really cool, a little sensual, and just the wink at the end was just like the whipped cream and cherry on top. Just absolutely just grabbed the crowd and left an impression. I think a lot of the issues came from technical aspects, like the decision to use the instruments that they used for the cover, the audio quality, the camera stuff, and I think all of that stuff's outside of her control entirely. I don't know how much control she has over that, but I feel like her parts, the parts that she directly had control over, were just perfectly executed. And I know that she doesn't necessarily think that, like, she said that she didn't necessarily think that this was her best, that she could have done so much better. But I hope that doesn't sour the pride that she should feel with what she accomplished that day. And what I mean by that is, so I went to an off collab with a different group. I wasn't part of the KFP watch along, because I didn't know that was happening until last minute. So I was with another group. We had probably 50 or 60 people. Well, the first night we had 60. We had 60 people. We rented out a space in, I'm assuming, like a banquet hall or something, someplace where like businesses would do meetings. We a bunch of people carried like huge speakers and a large projector screen on the train all the way over to this place and set it all up. It's a huge labor of love. Put it together, and like, it was just an amazing experience. I'm kind of glad that we weren't part of that call, because I don't think you could have heard anything if we were in that call, unless you muted our side, because everybody there was from a slightly different fandom, and all had their own Oshis. So the cheering, the screaming and cheering was just nonstop during the entire thing, and it was great. The energy was just at peak all the time. And just it was fantastic to be able to join together with those people and just enjoy this the stream. I wanted to cheer and do Wotage during Kiara's part, because I had the happy on, and I had my glow sticks, and I had my headband from Dokumi that Beats had made, and I had everything. I was decked out, but like, there was just so little room in that room with all of us packed in there. There just wasn't a chance for me to really do a lot of that. And unfortunately, having only received the cheer guide the night before, I didn't have a chance to memorize all of them. And Do You was one of those that I was still very shaky on. So I promise at some point I think I will do my best to try to memorize that, so that if she performs Do You in Boston, I can do a better job. I kind of just winged it. But yeah, I'm kind of all over the place right now. Let me go back to the Offkai. thank you, Marange, and everybody who participated in that off collab. That was a really awesome experience. And honestly, just really emotional for me. I actually kind of choked up when I left the group finally and started heading home. I actually kind of choked up on the train a little bit because, you know, I met people who I've only loosely connected with on Twitter, maybe only spoken to through comments or DMs a handful of times. You know, not people I know super well, but the fact that we were all there, we were all wearing orange, one flavor or another, and we were just there for the same purpose, to support this really interesting and wonderful human being. You know, just made us all very instant friends. I got hugs from people that I've barely met and barely know, and I gave hugs to a lot of those people. We exchanged stories and gifts. A lot of people, not just Marange and Jinro and some of the other people. A lot of people had made stuff that they just brought. And I have this little, it's like a little die-cast, like a little plastic cast KFP Dakama chicken sculpture or whatever that somebody made. I forget who, forgive me, please correct me in the comments if you remember this, but it's painted gold. And they just handed them out for free to people. And that was just, it was just so cool. And just the whole experience was fantastic. Getting to meet with people, getting to play darts and just laugh and make jokes and everything else, and just connect with these people. And then we all made a pilgrimage out to Yukinavision, which I had seen the night before with a couple of people, with Oreo and Rune from the Kaganiki server I'm part of. But I went out to see it again, and it was just so great to see all of those KFP together. I remember us all walking with our happies and our orange stuff. We were just like an ocean of orange traveling through that part of Tokyo. And I just remember a Japanese salaryman who was on the corner smoking with his friend, just looking at us walking by, and I just heard him exclaim, "Majina yo!" Like he was extreme. He was just like, "What the hell?" It was really a cool experience. And you guys made me feel extremely welcome. Every one of the KFP that were there. Pat, thank you so much for inviting me to that Kaganiki server. It just, and also everybody who put together the off collab and stuff, or the off kai. It was just a fantastic experience. And as far as Fourth Fest goes, and Kiara's performance, I don't tend to like. I don't cry when I'm happy. Does that make sense? Like. And I don't know if that makes me a bad fan, that I've never cried over, like, I know a lot of people have cried or cheered up or cheered or choked up, but I just get really sentimental and really gushy, which, you know, as soon as she was finished performing, I sent an extremely embarrassing red super chat to her. So Kiara, when you get to that one, if you want to skip it, please. Do what you want, but oh my god, I gushed a little too hard, I think, in the super chat afterwards. But I was super excited. Like she just did so well, all of the parts that she had control of, and I'm just extremely proud of her. And I get it. It's hard to capture the same feeling of seeing someone on stage the first time, and. Oh God, hold on 1 second. The hell? Oh, okay, never mind. Kiara just tweeted, and all I saw was I'm secretly W, and I thought she was secretly watching this out of nowhere. Anyway, but like, you know, I didn't cry over that. I was just filled with like a whole bunch of gush and just like a whole bunch of emotion. And I'm just so proud of the work that she did. You know, she was sick leading up to all of this. And she still got so much work for her 3D debut done, so much work for the concert done. And it's very clear, especially because of the song choice that she made, that she was also responsible for a lot of the stuff going on in the background for this. So, I mean, she just worked her butt off, and it was just great to see the payoff for it. So actually, I had an idea also, speaking of her idea to make everybody giantess. Yeah, that kind of breaks the immersion. I agree. I'm not necessarily a fan of that. But what American concerts do a lot, especially when there's like, with American Idol concerts or whatever, what they'll do a lot is they'll have obviously the person normal sized on stage, but then behind them, they'll have a large screen. And somewhere in front, there will be a camera that just tracks that talent while they're doing their thing. And then the big screen behind them plays that camera's feed, so that there's always a camera showing exactly what the talent's doing. And that way people way in the back don't have to use binoculars. They can just see the talent doing their thing, even if they can't necessarily see in too great of detail the talent dancing on stage. So I think maybe that's something she can pitch. It doesn't break the immersion, but it still allows people in the back to get an impression of what's going on, and be able to see their Oshi's face and everything while they're up on stage. So Kiara, if you're listening to this eventually, that might be something you want to suggest as well. I think it's a good compromise. But yeah, just and I think also she did fantastic at the Deco 27 thing with Mume. That was it's just a really cool song. And I think her performance in general was just really cool. And I enjoyed watching that. I had to watch it on my phone, so I didn't get, because I was out and about that day. I stopped at a soba place to watch that. Gomen. But like from what I saw, it was a great performance. She sang really well. Both her and Mume did great working with each other on stage. And all in all, I think she should feel a sense of pride for what she did here. But the one thing I do want to mention, the one thing I do want to mention is I had people. I know that she impressed people. I know that she left an impression, because there were people at that at the day one watch along. Several who came up to me. We were talking afterwards, and I never asked them like, what did you think of Kiara's performance or whatever, but they just said to me, they were like it was they were very impressed with her performance, regardless of the other technical issues, but they were just very impressed. They said like her level of dancing is just leagues above a lot of the other girls, and it was very apparent from her performance. So she did really leave an impression and impress people who aren't even typically KFP. And she should feel proud of that, because I mean, she should just feel proud of that. So but that's kind of my impressions. Could you guys still hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can totally hear you, but we're just yeah. I mean, if you want the partner to talk about, I can jump into.
No, I have one more thing I want to talk about before I'm kind of done. But that's so yesterday, a bunch of the people from the same Takaniki server, I think Rune is the one who put it together, and he got a bunch of us together and planned a trip to Enoshima, which Kiara personally recommended, of course, because she went there with Amelia and Hachima a few weeks ago.
I'm actually
and
right now in Enoshima.
Huh?
I'm in Enoshima right now.
Oh, are you? Awesome. How do you? It's dark as hell. What are you doing there?
I'm in a ryokan right now. I have to keep it down because it's very thin wall, this place. But yeah.
Okay. No. So we visited Enoshima. It's only about a ride from Tokyo, and it could not be further from Tokyo aesthetically. It is the most quintessentially Japanese place I've ever been to, in the most wonderful way possible. And I think if you guys have a chance to come to Japan, it's definitely something you should visit. We kind of based our route on like what Kiara went to visit with the girls, and which is virtually everything to do there. I'm curious if she used it's quite a walk. It's probably about 140 stairs or so at least, just to the first level of the shrine, and there's like 4 shrines, and each of them have a staircase between them. There are escalators that you can pay for, and I'm curious if she took those or if she actually walked the steps with the girls. But I took the steps, and my legs aren't thanking me for it. But yeah, we paid our respects at the shrine. We saw the little pond where Kiara and the girls were tossing coins in. I'm actually very impressed that Kiara actually landed it on her first shot because I tried multiple times and embarrassed myself. But we picked up some of the good fortune things from how else to call it, the box where you give a donation and then you get a fortune. The ones that are water activated, like the ones that she had. So we picked one of those up and dipped them in the fountain, and then after that after that we went down through the there's like a street. There's like a little town street that has shops and food stalls and everything else there. And I believe we found the restaurant that she actually went to. Somebody found the restaurant that she went to because from the advertising of those restaurants, it's the only restaurant that serves food in bowls that matches what she showed in her pictures on stream. It's called Enoshimate. And it's the food was delicious. Had a great time. Then after that, we kind of ventured down to the shoreline. We saw the caves. The lights, the Christmas lights that illuminated the caves in her pictures were not on, sadly, but still a really cool experience. If I can't describe it, if you just want to know what it looks, more of what it's looked like, or what it looks like, just go to the KFP hashtag, find my name there. I posted a bunch of pictures from that day. And if you guys ever go, like, absolutely correct. She was absolutely correct. It's definitely something to go visit. We wouldn't have gone if we didn't. I don't think many of us have seen Bocchi in that group have seen Bocchi the Rock. So I didn't even know this place was a thing until she mentioned it. But we absolutely had a blast that day. And I got to thank her for it, for bringing that up and for doing that. Like, it was just, other than the 4th Fest watch along, it has been the highlight of the trip. And it was just really cool getting to see and experience the same kind of like sights and sounds and vistas and the same food as her, kind of getting to live that experience as well. Yeah, we're not a cult at all. Here I am following the path of like Gautama or something. Anyway, but yeah, so if you guys have a chance to come out to Japan, even if you don't get tickets, like I didn't get tickets to Fest or to Expo, but I made a decision a month ago. I was very shaky on the decision, but I decided to pull the trigger and come. And even without that, even if all you're doing is sitting at a karaoke bar, just watching it here, just come, You won't regret it. It's worth every penny of the trip. I still have a couple more before I return home. So it's just been an awesome experience. I'm glad that she kind of coaxed me or inspired me to come. I'm glad that other KFP were here to make that experience even better. And I guess my closing statement here is just going to be, if you wear orange, if you know what I mean, if you wear orange, whether you're Kiara or you're a fellow KFP, it's just the thing I want to say is you are the best kind of person. And I don't think there's another fandom within Hololive that's quite like us. And we get a lot of glowing praise from other fandoms. And the Happies also, the Happies, for example, that we made, people from other fandoms were walking up to me and was like, we had these made. And they're like, KFP had those made? I was like, yeah, some people in KFP had those made. And they were just thoroughly impressed with our dedication.
Yeah, I was so impressed. Because I'm not KFP, and I was just like, whoa, this is so cool.
Yeah, and there are people I've posted it to a friend. I've posted a picture of it to my friend's Discord. Nobody you guys know, but there's a lot of Holo fans in there, and just VTuber fans in general. And they're like, holy crap, we want one. Where do I get one? And I was like, I don't know. But Manange-san, and if Jinra is listening, you might get, once it officially gets posted and announced, et cetera, you might get requests for more of them coming up soon, because everybody who's seen these things now who's a KFP wants one. So good luck. But yeah, like people are just thoroughly impressed with our dedication, and I think that's something commendable. She's an incredibly dedicated person, and so and I'm glad to call this little family home. And I can't wait for Boston in 2 weeks. So or in 3 weeks, I don't know, some number of weeks. Anyway, that's kind of been my experience with the whole thing. Kiara's awesome. She's absolutely worked her rear end off to make everything happen on that stage, and I think she should feel proud about it, because she did great. All the girls really did. So anyway, I'll shut up. Thank you for letting me talk for so long.
No, it was great. Thank you.
Yeah, that was great. Really, thank you.
Yeah, I guess I'll go next. I'm gonna try and keep the YouTube chat open so I can respond to it too. So I met a lot of you. I'm Himawari Copter, and I was really nervous before coming to the KFP Offkai because just like I'm not KFP, and I actually got invited by my friend Spirit Snare. And if you don't know Spirit Snare, he's a graphic designer that does a lot of the logos for Kiara. He designed KFP logo. That's him. And he also does like logos for, like for a lot of the ID and EN talents. So he's amazing. Yeah, I know him in real life. So I was just like, wow, okay. He invited me, invited my Jamiko, who's a good friend of mine. She was the Takodachi at the meetup, remember? Yeah, so, and then Jamiko and I were like really, really nervous because it's like, what if they're like, what are you doing here? And what if Kiara sees it and is like, is this a traitor? But no, none of that turned out to be justified at all. You guys are such warm people. I still remember everyone's face. I see a lot of people in the chat too, like, Pat, Nini, Mirange-san, of course, Sally, Jiro, John. You guys, thank you so much for being so welcoming to us. Despite I'm just a SSRB that eats at KFP sometimes, right? So yeah, thank you. As for why am I still connected? Okay, good. As for what I'm doing here, I guess we tried really hard to get tickets, right? We did the whole thing getting a Japanese phone number. So unlike the Korean bros, who can go to the corner of their country that can barely get cell service over there, we can't do that in the States. I'm from the West Coast of America, and some of us had to order SIM cards from Japan to get mailed to us. And we can't activate them in America, but we can get the phone number, and that allows us to enter Lawson Ticket, right? And then so we enter Lawson Ticket, and we can't even receive SMS text. We just have to like hope it comes and then activate it if we win in the email. So that was like pretty harrowing because it was so much money. And then we won enough tickets to go to Expo both days to like share between us, but none of us got any concert tickets except for Spirit Snare because he's a very important person. He's a VIP. Yeah, so we had plans from early on to just rent out like a karaoke room and we'll do our own like little mini watch along, and we were waving pen lights, glow sticks in there. Yeah, that was just, and I haven't experienced that before because the way I engage with Hololive, like I watch Hololive a lot, especially I watch more Japanese than English, but so, and for me, it's just like a thing I do at work while have it on the background, or when I get home from work, I just put on Shishiro Botan or, Pekaba, and it's just really relaxing to hear them just mess around and have fun. Or like I'll put on Holo Talk, because that's like my favorite program is when Kiara brings on all these different people in this kind of late night show format. It's so genius. It's absolutely one of my favorite forms of content that she does. And I'm glad it's kind of spreading, like the idea of bridging different parts of Cover, Cover Corp is spreading to all these different people. yeah, I respect Kiara so much. And then so meeting the KFPs and seeing like how passionate they are and how welcoming you were. You didn't treat us like weirdly or anything. It was. And then one other thing I was really glad I did was we made like meishi, right, like business but not business cards to trade to fans. And Jamiko actually drew my avatar for me. Like I requested a SSRB with like a little personal touch. And like she did that, and because that's why my name is Himawari Copter, because Himawari means sunflower, and that's from I'll get to this later, but it's from a visual novel I really like. So yeah, and so I did get to go to Fest, not Fest, Expo after all, and like I wanted to share one highlight of it. So the biggest highlight for sure was meeting KFPs, but as big of a highlight was I actually got to meet Hollow Tempest as they were walking around. Like one of the talent managers reached out to us when they heard there was like a group of Kaigai Nikki that were going. I guess someone knew, and then they're like, "Hey, do you want to be there at like this time? And then we'll set up a thing, and you'll get to talk to them because some of the English the English Hollow talents would like to be able to talk to fans without an interpreter, make it easier." So we were extremely excited, and so it was Haka, it's Hollow Stars, right? So it's Haka, Axel, and Fleon. And when that happened, so for me, Fleon likes it's my favorite visual novel is his favorite visual novel. Yeah, I'm flexing. It's a humble brag, but not that humble. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. This is embarrassing, but so Tsukihime is my favorite visual novel. It's the reason I learned Japanese, and then I got a job in Japanese company that I shouldn't talk about right now, but like it literally changed my life, like the trajectory of my whole life. And for Fleon, it was for him like a thing that like comforted him and taught him a lot of things and made him think about life. So it was like a formative thing for him too. And Sunflower is a reference to one of the last endings you can get in Tsukihime. It's my best girl from Tsukihime. So when we did the little interview, and I was like, "Hey, Flay, this sunflower is from our favorite game," and he just flipped out and screamed, and he screamed so hard his avatar disappeared off the stream. Anyway, that made me. It still makes me grin when I think about what happened. That was just as much as meeting all the KFPs and meeting Mirangi-san. And I'm sure I speak for all the friends that were with me to say that thank you so much. We're absolutely going to come back if it ever happens. Yeah, sorry, it's 1 a.m. here, so I'm getting kind of sleepy. But yeah, and if I ran into you again, I was carrying my little avatar, my profile pic around on day 2, but I forgot it on day 1. So I hope I did run into some of you and got to say hi. So that was great. I also ran into some KFPs that actually didn't know about the meetup. They just came from America on their own. There was a cosplayer whose name I can't remember right now, but she was cosplaying Kiara too. Yeah, that was great. And as for the show, everything's been said that I wanted to say about the concert. Yeah, it just really blew me away. We were screaming in the karaoke room. Good thing we had noise dampening. Sally? No. It wasn't. It actually wasn't Sally. It was someone that isn't Sally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was someone from San Diego in California. It's a totally different Kiara cosplayer. I actually have the picture on my Twitter, Himawari Copter. If you look at it, I took a picture of them. So yeah, it's just. I mean, the thing about meeting Tempest guys, I think that really stuck with me is how happy the talents are to meet their fans in real life. Like for a lot of them, it's they're streamers, right? They're streamers, and then some of them are starting to get into like idol stuff, but it's not a thing that when you're a streamer necessarily, like all these people in the chat don't always feel like, or are they real? And then so when they got to see that there's actually people who came across the Pacific Ocean just to talk to them, yeah, it makes me want to support them more. I want to support Kiara more. I want to support all the different talents that are like working so hard just to like build their own careers, but to kind of change our lives too. Thank you, and I'm really glad I got to talk to all of you and see you in the chat here. Okay, I'm getting kind of sleepy. I'm not thinking straight. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
You're welcome. So thank you very much for.
It's a really unforgettable memory. Thank you.
Who actually wants to go next? No one? Then maybe Fragger? Oh, just someone talk, okay?
Hello? Hello? Testing. Sorry, I was just testing my mic. It was fucked. No, Fragger can go first. Fragger can go first.
No, you can go. You can go first.
Well, ladies first, so you can go first.
Seems like Santiago has a tight schedule, so.
Santiago can go
Yes.
first then, yeah. He goes.
Please go first, yes.
Right.
Technical difficulties?
Could you to talk again? Yeah, we have a few technical difficulties, it seems. Which is okay. Santiago, just talk and try to get it fixed. I can tell a little bit about my experiences so far because everything has already been said in some way. For me, it was my first time in Japan Raw, so that's something not everybody has experienced. And the atmosphere was really amazing, just like seeing other people for the first time and feeling the atmosphere, even without a ticket or just like being at the area where all of the HoloLens fans were like concentrated. But even in small groups with watch-alongs, it was an amazing atmosphere. So that's basically the gist of the things I've heard from others too. So really, really to recommend, like meeting up with other people and just enjoying the atmosphere. And we've seen it on Twitter too. You don't want the festival to end. There's not even a day 3, it's always already a day 4 hashtag trending. So yeah. I do still have something to say later, but I would like to keep the announcements for the end. So kind of tradition to HoloLens time. Let's see if Santiago has fixed the problem. Yeah, it doesn't currently pick your voice up, so.
Try messing with the audio settings in Discord, because sometimes the default setting is something else, yeah.
Exactly. I would actually like get Pat a little bit first, if that's okay. We can like pause to and like just would probably be best.
Is it my turn? Sorry, I kind of just jumped in here. Can you guys hear me okay? Or
Yeah, we can hear you. Like Santiago, just try it until we hear you. Like yeah, Pat, please go on. You may get interrupted, but should be fine, I hope.
no worries. I'll try not to take too long because I am going to USJ in the morning, and the fact that I'm even listening to this for the last 3 hours was not intended, but here I am. Honestly, the weekend with the fest, with the off-kai meeting that Merengue set up, the Saturday and the Sunday has been like a complete blur, but at the same time like a wonderful experience. First off, the Offkai meeting, just randomly going to Akihabara to Radio Kaikan and just seeing like just a massive crowd with like the bright orange KFP of all the hoodies, and everyone's just like casually just like chilling and just meeting each other, introducing themselves, you know, like basically meeting people in real life for the first time that they've quite possibly spoken to before online, and having like not even expecting it, but Seafoam Boy being there and Spirit Snare, and I guess because Spirit Snare was there, Himawari Copter, you were there, so that was really, really like a neat experience, and I'm so thankful for Merengue for setting that up, because like it's not every day that you can get to meet 50 plus people from a fandom when you're all split up from across the world. So I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. So obviously we all had like the meetup, and then a bunch of us who were a little bit free decided to go over to see the Unicavision advertisement, which was great because we rushed over there, even though we missed the first timing, so we got the next one. And basically we all took a photo. Like we set up the tripod and we took a photo in front of the in front of the billboard, like getting prepared, having everyone pose, kind of like getting the camera ready in the direction. And we took like a quick few snapshots, and then as soon as we were done with that, everyone just snapped around, pulled out their phones, and just started taking photos and just kind of basked in the experience, just like being proud to see HoloLive EN like on such a large screen, just for everyone to see, just how proud everyone was of that moment. Yeah, so that was the Friday. The Saturday, I'd managed to get a ticket. Kind of how Demo explained a little bit was basically Jay from the Kaigai Chord. One of his friends unfortunately couldn't make it, and they had initially had two tickets for Saturday, 2 tickets for Sunday, and they were both going to go both days. So what ended up happening was Jay's friend couldn't make it, so he had essentially two tickets that were available for people who didn't get tickets. And I missed out when he said, "Hey, I've got tickets," and Pong put his hand up, and Demo got the Sunday one. So, but then I ended up approaching Pong and asking if he could graciously let me experience the expo, which he did, and I am eternally thankful for Pong for doing that for me. But he ended up getting tickets for Saturday anyway, so you know. But the gesture was still there, and even more than that, him and Jinro, they invited me to join them to the Saturday, which my excitement was like through the roof. I ended up sleeping about 90 minutes, waking up at 4:30, similar to Demo, and I walked to their station. It took me about 30 minutes in the morning rain, mind you. I'm so glad I bought an umbrella the night before. And basically we went to the Makuhari, and we arrived at about a little bit before 7 o'clock to a sea of umbrellas. Just umbrellas as far as the eye could see. There was thousands of people there already at like 7 a.m. And basically we were just snaking our way through. Long story short, basically got inside there at 10 o'clock. Freezing. Pong can attest. He had a poncho on, and he was wet from like the knee down, because that's how far the poncho went. But got inside the expo and just basically took everything in. It's a lot different from what I was expecting of an expo, because I honestly thought that it would be similar to like a convention, but it's nothing like that. It's literally just it's showing off HoloLive, and even more than that, it's also a place where all the fans congregate and kind of show off to each other. So it's a completely different experience, and I was just like, just taking it all in. The one difficult thing of the day was perhaps getting merchandise, which people who didn't pre-order can kind of attest to is it was a headache, but I managed to actually get merch. Once I figured out how to activate the LTIC, like the card, the app, I basically got a number, and it was 6,000, nearly 6,400. I did not get into the line until about 4:30, 5 o'clock, and that was when they basically closed that off. So I just pulled as much merch as I could, and I purchased whatever I wanted, and I left. I probably got less than half of what I wanted, but that's just how it was. So yeah, it was basically, I left the expo at about 5:30, and the funny thing here is that people have been mentioning like a KFP off-kai karaoke like watch along. So I organized that, but I organized it to be something quite small, and it was quite last minute as well. Basically, I just asked if people who weren't going to the larger Kai Guy watch along wanted to do a smaller KFP one, and I was expecting maybe 10 people to put their names in, but it turned out to be closer to like 16 for each day. And I booked a place in Asakusa 1 week before. I tried booking another place, but they were already out. But anyway, I had my girlfriend help me because she's fluent in Japanese. And we basically called internationally and we just started asking questions to the manager or whoever picked up the phone. It's like, hey, can we book out like whatever large group room that you have? Can we stream? Like, do you have like the infrastructure? Like, do you have Wi-Fi or anything like that? Which they don't, of course. So we had to kind of manage that ourselves. And because I was the one who organized this, but I was not there, so I actually had like Dominic help me out a lot on this. So I'm so thankful for him, and also my girlfriend who was there, like kind of translating to actually get things sorted, because I essentially missed the first hour and 20 minutes of the event that I had planned myself. I was on the train and I caught the wrong train as well. So here I was with my phone open, looking at Google Maps, trying to figure out how to best get to Asakusa from the Makuhari, which takes over an hour and 15 minutes. And I'm also watching the screen on my phone, and I'm just panicking and at the same time enjoying the concert. So it was a very crazy experience. And the moment I stepped in and everyone was already cheering and enjoying themselves, I basically just dived right in and did exactly the same. I was sweating, but I had the happy, so I just took off like all my extra layers, put on the happy, and just pulled out the glow sticks and just started going crazy. Yeah, like everyone just cheering for all of their oshis. It was an experience. I'm gonna skip the entire next day because it's basically the same, except I crashed. I slept for basically 12 hours because I was so exhausted. There was the second watch along, and after that was done, I wanted to thank the manager who basically, I kept going to the front desk to ask for like this or that, or like placing orders, and I thanked him for his help. And he was curious what we were doing, and I was like, oh yeah, with my girlfriend kind of helping with the translation. It was like, we're here to watch the stream, to watch Holo Live. And he was so impressed because he was saying like, for international people, like we cheered like anyone else, like even better. Like he could feel the energy because the room that we had was like right by the office, like the front desk. So he was like super impressed by the quality of the people that were there cheering. And I'm sure it's not just us, I'm sure it's everyone around the world, but that's special, honestly. Like everyone was so excited that he literally said, like, he was impressed, and I think everyone should be proud of that. And yeah, I think that's pretty much what I've got. Other than I kind of tagged on along half-assed for the Enoshima trip. I was kind of late, so I was always like 2 steps behind the big group, but that was very enjoyable as well. Yeah, that's me. Who else wants to chat now? I'm good.
Thank you very much, Pat. Yeah.
Radio check.
Yes, please.
Radio check.
Thank you.
Yep.
Radio check. 聞こえます?
Yep, we can hear you.
聞こえます?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you. Thank you. I'm heading off now. Ciao.
Good evening. Well, my nickname, my online handle is Senor Santiago of the Philippines. My namesake being taken from Saint Santiago, patron of Spain, which, curiously enough, is actually the namesake to my actual clear name as well. But I come here. I'm actually a member of what I call the Free Gang. I wasn't exactly able to purchase a ticket or go to Japan. But from my perspective, I've managed to snatch up whatever enjoyment I could from what was able to be shown for free. The Holo Expo, including the tours by Axel, Sirius, and others. And yes, including the free concerts. My favorite ones were renditions of Chinese Mighty Story and Kirameki Rider. The complaints here, yes, some others have like considered the problems with the camera usage, and but I might also like to point out the very limited availability of food sold on site in the Makuhari. But I've heard of like some other various moments as well. Of course, there is like the Western man that was there for both days, and he was photographed, and yes, this other one. I've also heard of like the side and their Mugiros. And another funny moment was like the man in the Epiphraim costume that looked like a Kamen Rider. Really, I'd like to say that even though a free peasant like me wasn't able to enjoy really like all of the concert, and at least the free PE people still sort of like had food that or something that they can enjoy, like their own free content that they could enjoy. And I think that's what matters. Everyone in Hololive gets to enjoy something, whether they're on site or able to watch only from home. I actually did go back to the second concert's archive, if it's still up, and gave that a listen. And I actually find Ayame like incredibly cute. Like, arguably, Ayame and Sora are some of the cutest members in Hololive. In fact, I dare say that Sora is one of my Oshis. I come back from school, and a Sora stream would be waiting for me. I never exactly understood Japanese, but it's nice that she still knows how to greet in English and say goodbye in English. anyways. And wait, willing if I could like travel to Japan. Maybe perhaps on like a postgraduate grant if like I were to like take a postgraduate degree over there. Maybe I might consider like attending a festival. I mean, on another note, everything like there's really like a lot of challenges. Is us as a fan base, we have to like confront the trolls, like what we call the antis. Yes, the antis. Especially in the wake of like the Hogwarts legacy nonsense, but I'm looking forward to what Hololive plans in the future, the Blue Journey project, and all these studio expansions that are like more permanent and can support more Hololive members and possibly even outside Hololive too. It's my belief, like I believe that it's sort of like a dream for me to see Hololive become sort of like a hegemon in the VTuber sphere, to not only dominate it, but to also like sort of like become its guardian, like create a better world, build it up for Hololive's fellow VTuber agencies and independent VTubers to live in. I want Hololive to build the VTuber world for everyone. And I'd say that I really look forward to all of these changes that Hololive undertake, even though I've had to admittedly see a few idols lost. And I suppose I'd conclude my speech here. So I would say, praise be to God or the gods, glory, and may the air be glory for Hololive. Yes, praise be to the gods, and glory to Hololive, that Hololive's efforts, God willing, may be blessed.
Thank you very much for your words. I hope that Hololive will be continuing to be successful, and for that our support is really important, I think. But we also have a few other people in line too. It's okay, I would like to go with them now. So we can get that announcement done before everybody is just gone for the next stream. Yeah. And Mudok already knows what it is because he helped me set it up. It's not a DOM ducky, chat. That is not. Dreads. Blue, if you make one, I could print it out, but I don't think anybody wants it. Okay. So, who wants to go next? I would actually suggest like a different change of like the pace of the monologues, and just have like again a group discussion. Fragger, Pudding, and me haven't talked yet, I think. But join in if you want to. Hey, I can hear you.
Yeah, wait, okay, I gotta mute the stream so I don't hear myself talking. Do I sound fine?
Yes. You sound perfect.
I'm not cutting out?
You sound good.
No. You sound good.
Alright. I guess I should introduce neighbor game tag out loud before, but my name's Modern Fragger. You probably know me on Twitter for making very unfunny memes and stuff. Yeah. So I didn't go to the venue or anything because I live on an island, so I just watched the stream from. But I watched the concert from Spawn. Yeah, it was good. I really liked. I really liked a lot of the Hola Birds performances. I really loved those. I think they all had their own unique flair to it. I feel like Kiara's amazing display with Do You. Still hope next year they improve the camera work so people can see it better because that's a common complaint that I agree with that one. Louis was so cool. I really love Louis' like first original song. I love Electro Swing. I really hope one day like more of Hololive talents try to go into that genre because I really love it. I think only Corone and Louis have made like electro swing type songs, I believe. So yeah. And Subaru, oh dude, Subaru's energy was so good. It's probably one of the highlights of day one for me. Oh my gosh, when she like showed up, oh my goodness, it was so good. That's definitely one of the highlights. I can't wait to see you know how like they make like on the official channel they like show like parts of the performances for like people free. I can't wait to see people's reaction to it. It's so good. Oh my god, yeah, but Holotoy really did good. Oh, and oh yeah, Mume was there too. Oh, Mume was like I knew Mume was a great singer, so when I heard her sing, I was just like, wow, yeah, as expected, amazing singing. Yeah, but I really liked the Hola Birds from there. It was really good. Oh man, and Ina, oh man, I'm starting like every day I see Ina on the stage performing. I become more and more of a Takadachi. I'm starting to understand. I'm starting to understand. Like she just has such good like she knows what her voice is capable of, and it's just like she chooses the right songs to like sing, and it's just like it's so what's the word? It's so like how do I explain it? I don't really even know the words, but it's just like it's so like calming. It's perfect for her. As like she's easily becoming one of my favorite singers in whole life, just from like these concerts alone. But I think a lot of people already like said they're like. Also, I did buy day two. Only got like day one of Deco. To be fair, when I was buying the tickets, I was just tunnel visioning hard. I was like, okay, which ones have Kiara in it? Okay, I'll just buy those. I wasn't really paying attention to like who else was there. I was like, okay, which ones have Kiara in it? Okay, bet. And then I was like really surprised to see who was in day one. Because to be fair, I literally didn't know who was gonna be in day one. I was just like, Kiara, okay, but easy. Also, tickets were so cheap this year. I'm so happy for it. Luckily I waited like until like the very end because yen was getting a little weaker. so I got like the Deco and day one tickets for like $90, I think. Which was a steal from last year, which I think was like 120. So I was like, oh, okay. Which leads me into like something I want to talk about. Like, did any of you guys do the survey?
I actually haven't done it yet.
Okay. Well, like, yeah. Well, I have. Yeah. I did it last night. I was just looking at some of the questions, and the things I was really focused on were like the ticket prices, and like their questions about the tickets. And what I'm wondering is because I don't know if you mind if I say some of the questions. Is that fine?
Should be for the survey. Should be public. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Well, so the questions I was really focusing on was like, for instance, they were asking if the price of the tickets were good this year. And I was a little conflicted because I wanted to say they were just right, but I don't know if they meant like the value of the ticket or the price tag of the ticket. Because the value of the ticket this year, because the value of the ticket this year was just right, but that's just because yen was not strong this year. So if I say it was just right and they kept that same price tag next year, 65, who knows, now that people are finally going in and tourism's going to go up again, what is it, 6,500 yen might not be the same value as it is now. So I was really like, I was like, should I say it was just right? Because it was, but will this entice them to keep the same price without putting the problem with inflation in mind? So I was like, I don't know. And then there was another question about what do you think the price of a from a streaming ticket should be? I think that some of the options was like either up to 7K yen or below or around 5K yen. And I think I picked the 5K yen one because I was just thinking through the lens of if this goes up next year, which I think yen will become stronger next year now that they're allowing people to come in. I would want it to go back down to 5K yen again because it's probably to be a lot more expensive, especially now that they're probably going to have ID3 next year, which means they're probably going to increase the price, probably. Because
I mean,
there's gonna be...
speculating about the price is kind of hard.
I know.
It's nice that we ask. That's kind of, yeah.
So yeah, so that's like what I really was like focused on. It was like because I wanna purchase a ticket again next year. I'm just very cautious about if it I'm just cautious about like I'm just worried about people who are more cautious about how much they want to spend on a ticket over like people who just like for me it was like if Kiara's there I'm gonna buy it, but not everyone is like that, right? Some people are like, okay, is this worth what I'm paying for? So I want it to feel for most people who don't maybe have an Oshi, who just look at things more objectively for their price, to like feel like, okay, I don't have anyone I particularly like, but is this price worth like streaming it, watching the stream of it, for instance? But yeah. Also, I want to thank you guys for like posting like your travels and stuff, because now I can live vicariously through you guys because I can't go anywhere. So it's nice to see that. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all I have to say, really. I feel like everyone's already said how I felt about like the stage performances. I think they were pretty good. I just think the camera work needs some work on. For the Do You, I like Do You. I like the band version. I just think my only problem with it was that I think the mixing of it was a little weird. Kind of flushed out Kiara's vocals at some points, but I like the idea they were going for. I know Kiara was like, it wasn't really what she imagined it. I'm trying to think of, did drummer, the streamer who drums like a lot of her live songs, did he ever do You?
The 8-bit drummer did, yes, I think so.
Yeah, I wonder if her.
Do you mean 8-bit drummer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
8-bit drummer.
he did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think he did.
He did.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I wonder if Kiara's like vision of what she thought Do You saw was more like what he did over what the band did. I have to go back and see how he like covered it. But maybe that's what she maybe expected over maybe the band. Maybe that's what she had in mind. But yeah. But yeah, I just feel like Do You is just, I don't know. Dude's a very hard song to do on stage. I feel like it's just like it has so much to it that, like, from a live standpoint, I don't know if it could really fully capture what the MV and the song itself did. Same thing I feel with Sparks. I think it's because Sparks and Do You is a very like, like, I feel like the instrumental really like elevates it with Kiara's vocals, and so if one is there without the other, it can sometimes feel, some parts can feel maybe a little underwhelming. But that's probably why some people maybe prefer the Hinatori one, because I think it's more like formulaic to how the typical idol songs are. Oh, and also, did you guys see that post? Probably not, maybe from Evan. Where I was like talking to him in like Discord, and we were like discussing like, would Hinatori be like a J-pop
karaoke?
Huh? No. I'm karaoke. What do you mean?
The one where Kiara responded to you whether she can do something in a karaoke.
Oh, that. Oh, no, that's something else. I don't even know why.
You were asking about whether it's J-pop or J-rock, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
That
that
one.
one. Yes, I see.
Yeah. Like, because I remember her saying specifically that Hinatori was J-pop, not J-rock. But
Well, I mean, I kind of replied to that before, but it's a matter of definition.
yeah, I guess so. I hope for her album she has some J-rock songs, because I love J-rock. It's why Hinatori is probably my favorite Kiara song. I love J-rock. For these past 2 years, I've literally listened to nothing but J-rock. So I hope for her album she has some J-rock songs, and that she can perform them. And if she said she's gonna get the album done this year summer, right?
That's what she hopes. We're supposed to.
That's what she hopes.
Soon,
Yeah.
TM has been
Soon
kind of
TM.
the timeline.
Yeah. And also, another thing. When she means album, does she mean album or does she mean EP? Because the album and the EP are very different.
I think the last time she's brought it up, it sounded closer to an EP.
Yeah, I think an EP makes more because an album is like 7 to 29 songs, like 7 minimum. And the average album when I look at like albums, generally speaking, it's like the average size of an album is like 13 songs. And if she expects to get like if she expects to pull out 13 songs soon, TM, that's a lot. However,
I mean, there's also the possibility of an EP.
Yeah, I think an EP is more realistic.
Yeah. And to be honest, like in Germany, the distinction isn't that hardly drawn. To be fair.
Oh yeah, so
like
it's
we
more.
both call them actually like albums, no matter
Okay.
if it's 2 or 3, basically.
Okay, so yeah, maybe it's more of like just a language thing where she just uses it interchangeably. Okay.
Yeah, so let's just wait for the next 500 tracks of maybe Endless Sparks, or let's see what she will think of.
Well, yeah, I'm excited for it. Even if it doesn't come this year or next year, I'm hyped whenever it comes out. I'll be definitely there to support it. Hopefully, I'll be in the financial position where I can maybe buy, like, if she does a vinyl thing, I can buy one, support it. But yeah, also, if it does come out anytime soon, maybe she could she could use one for next year's concert, Holofest, maybe. Let's see. But yeah, I think that's all I got to say. It was nice talking to you all, and yeah, I'll give it to my British friend over here, Pudding.
How did you know I was British? I swear, people are stalking me everywhere. Hello, everyone.
One little intersection. I actually started the question round. If you have any
Oh, yeah, yeah.
suggestions for concerts, feel free to elaborate in the YouTube chat. We actually got like 3 responses so far, and all are exactly the same idea. So please go on after putting. We will close the round and yeah.
All right, so basically the pressure's all on me to finish as soon as possible, eh?
No, take your time.
He says take your time. No, I mean, well, I thought I was going to be the odd one out, you know, the only person who spoke who hasn't been to any, who hadn't gone to any, you know, off-kai, any gatherings, or even the concert itself or anything. Thankfully, Bottom Fraggers, just like me, you know, viewing it online like a sad man. What was I going to say? But yeah, I mean, I was seeing a lot of photos about, you know, people meeting up in Tokyo, meeting up in the States and all that. And initially I was a bit confused because I saw some photos, I think when they was it in Philadelphia, they said, right?
Yeah, Philly.
In Philly, yeah. And initially I was like, I thought they were in Japan as well. So I was looking at that like, that does not look like Japan. That is not Japan. unless they've
Japan would be a little bit cleaner, I would say.
Quite possibly, yes. I thought you guys had, you know, quantum leapt into an alternate version of Tokyo. But no, it's like, even the ones who didn't make it to Japan had their own little gatherings in other places. So it was quite nice to see. I don't know about other fandoms, but I think KFP is the one that tends to do a lot of these meetups, especially if there's a concert of some sort coming around, or an event, or a convention, perhaps. But moving on to the concert itself, overall, it was good. I don't know. I mean, it was good, but compared to last year, it didn't feel like there was as much of an impact, or maybe that's just me being picky or something. I mean, you still had great things like, you know, Kiara's dancing and choreography, which the cameraman very kindly didn't show us. Then you had you had Ollie and the rest with their 3D. You had EN Council with their, I'd call it a 3D debut and all that. Which was fantastic, you know. I mean, bought the tickets, went into the concert, you know, expecting to see everyone. And then you saw all the silhouettes and all the pictures and avatars of all the other girls who haven't had their 3D yet. And, you know, suddenly I'm sitting there going, oh yeah, shit, we can expect to see Crony and the rest appearing this year. So that was, I wouldn't call it a surprise, but yes, it was a very good reminder. However, with that being said, as wonderful as it was seeing them in 3D, in the concert, you know, for the girls who we haven't seen before, you know, Fauna and all the others, I don't know. I just feel like I don't like I wouldn't call it a precedence. I don't like the path of the tradition that's currently being set, because as the way things are going, with the exception of HoloX, with Takanerui and Sakamata and all those, basically everybody's first appearance in their 3D avatar has been in HoloFest, which is a paid concert, which you have to pay for. And yes, even if you're a Freeview gang, even if you're broke gang, you can still see screenshots of it on Twitter, YouTube, Discord, wherever. But seeing a screenshot of somebody is very different compared to seeing them, you know, moving about and dancing and shaking their hips, as I'm sure many of us remember with Bay and Iris, which I'll talk a bit about later, though there wouldn't be much to say. So yeah, I mean, hopefully this doesn't set the tone for subsequent gens, though this mostly seems to apply for the EN and the ID side. Though with that being said, I kind of get where cover is coming from in general, because for the JP side, you know, they're all in Japan, so the debut is fairly easy to pull off compared to dealing with the EN girls and the ID girls, because they're they're halfway across the world or 8 hours away by plane. And then by the time the EN girls or the ID girls have a so-called genuine 3D debut on YouTube where they stream and they, like Kiara laying an egg and all that, some of the magic is already gone because we've already seen it before. It used to be that the 3D debut was the first time that you would see the 3D avatar. But now it appears to be a case of, this is going to be the 9th time that we're going to see them, and they will finally have the debut. This is not to take away from the debut itself, but like what a few other people were saying, it does take away some of the magic. So once again, it's a bit of a mixed thing. It's great seeing the 3Ds for the first time, the 3D avatars for the first time, but it takes away the magic of what it was like originally. But yeah, and if my mic starts cutting out along the way, just let me know, because this can be a little bit fucky at times. So yeah, that's just me throwing cold water on everybody's feel-good parade here.
Okay,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because I've sort of taken a break from HoloLive recently that maybe I'm coming in with a bit more of a perhaps objective or critical view. Perhaps I think critical would be a more
It still
relevant
sounds like
word.
it comes from a place of care, though. Like
Exactly. I mean, if I was just like, it's I, that was it, then that would be a bit more indifferent, which would be more concerning. Then moving on to the concert, it's well, okay. Let me sort of take back what I said previously. It wasn't just good; it was great. It's just that the concert this year was great, and the concert last year was fantastic. So it's still it's still great, but it's on different levels. To piggyback on what basically everybody else and their mother has said about the camera work, it really felt as if that the camera work in general for every single performance was they didn't follow the choreography. I'm just repeating points at this point, so whatever. But they didn't take into account choreography, the song, the effects, and whatnot. And I would have thought, the camera director and whoever else was in charge would have probably had a better idea of that. But yeah, they seem to be following a default manner of camera work. They'd have a zoom in on the footwork or the dancing or the shaking and everything, and then they zoom out to a wide shot, and it's like, okay. And then they look at the audience, and it's like, oh yeah, the audience is having fun. That's nice. And then they cut back to the talent and the dancing, and it's like, I can't help but feel as if I've missed something. And it's not a case of, I missed something in the concert, I wasn't paying attention. It's all right, I'll rewatch it when it's done. It's like, no, you can't rewatch it because it wasn't captured. I mean, maybe it'll be there on the Blu-ray. I don't know, but I don't know. If the Blu-ray is just a more HD version without all the bitrate scuff that you tend to get with these concerts, then yeah, if you miss it, then you miss it. I mean, prime example is, Kiara's dancing during the group point of the group part of the concert, if I'm not mistaken. So when she started dancing, and everybody knows she can dance, at least if you've been around for some time, the camera cuts to the wide shot and it's like, oh yeah, thank you very much. And then, well, some things were fine, like when Bae was dancing and they had sort of a semi bird's eye view of her on the ground, getting on the ground. That was a nice shot. But then another one would have been like when Shishiro Botan, when Botan first started her performance, how she was moving her butt and everything. Granted, this is a bit of a degenerate point, but just as she started, moving her hips and whatnot, suddenly the camera cuts away, and it's like, of all the times to cut away, that is not one of them. But yeah, that's just some of it. And the audio mixing was okay, I guess. I'm not an audio mixer expert, so other people who have knowledge in that would be able to, expand on that even more. But there were times where I think, people mentioned Kiara's ones sounded a little bit off. Something was off about it. Just couldn't place my finger on it. And then to expand on that further, I mean, we as fans, we would say it's fantastic and everything. But Kiara, being the perspective that she would have, she would have knowledge and some background information that we as fans aren't privy to. So if we say it's fantastic and she says it's dog shit, I'm not, you might say, well, I mean, it's just what we see, it's fantastic, but you would have a better idea of what's going on. So I wouldn't take her perspective away from her. Just maybe, soften it a little bit. Just like, no, it wasn't that dog shit, It was only slightly shit. It's not too bad. It's still reasonable. People will still pay $5 to watch it maybe on YouTube.
That's actually a great point. I wholeheartedly agree with that statement. Because we, like you said, we cannot judge it. And I'm of the same opinion. That if she sees something like that, yeah, but it isn't like a catastrophe. And I would pay more than $5 for that thing. It's like
that's right. More than $5, yeah.
Especially since something nobody has talked a bit about. The concert feels like an hour, but it's 3.5 hours for both days. Plus there's the Deconina one for like
exactly.
2 and whatever hours. It's like if you want to rewatch this thing, this is a whole Kiara stream.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a 9.
Oh, it's half of a whole Kiara stream.
It's a full 9 hours.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But and then carrying over the audio thing, I don't know if you guys remember, but when Marin was singing her song, Treasure Box, that one, yeah. Sorry, I'm getting old, I'm starting to forget all the song names, but when she was singing, I think a lot of us have always said we wanted to hear that song live because of the kind of song it is and because of the kind of people we are, But it felt as if sometimes whoever was doing the track, they didn't do the, backing vocals correctly, or they didn't do some of the mixing correctly. Like, if you remember when Marin was singing, it's perfectly fine for about 90% of the song. But then there's one part after the second chorus, I believe, and then there's sort of a bridge carrying on to the third chorus, the final bit. It's sort of like there's meant to be, even if Marin herself is not going to do the background voices because it got cut in with the lyrics because there will be overlap. It's sort of like half of that section was missing, and it takes away from the performance, and so that's just another point. Now, enough bashing. Well, maybe not enough bashing. And then just to talk about the cameraman a bit more, it felt as if that the cameraman last year from the Third Fest was more of a man of culture compared to this year. You know what I mean? Like last year we had... Yeah, exactly. For example, Muna, if you remember Muna's performance from last year, the cameraman he knew what the fans wanted, or at least the camera director knew what the fans wanted.
Yes.
But then with this year, it's sort of like, we're just doing it in general, I mean, I know this is a concert. You're not watching it in person. If you're watching a concert online, you're not always going to get the camera on the talent themselves. It's going to cut here, it's going to cut there, it's going to pan to the sky, it's going to pan to the audience, it's going to zoom in on some random Kaigai Nikki in the audience, that kind of thing. But it really seemed to, whatever cover paid this year, they did not get their money's worth. Unless they had a discount, in which case, I suppose that's fine. But now on to the good things. After having lambasted the camera work, I think the council performances and Iris were actually sort of a lot better than, I wouldn't say expected, but it was much more than what we thought. Like for example, Bay's performance we had the general idea she could dance based on things she said and what people have mentioned in the past. But when she came out, it was like, oh yes. Iris's performance was fantastic. She could really work her hips. I only wish that my face was there. And Fauna's singing the song just suited her to a T, you know. It was, I mean, her voice is soft. The song was the soft kind, and she was just being sweet on stage. It really worked for Mume as well. I see I'm being judged in the chat for what I said. Don't judge me. You all know you would say the same thing and think the same thing. Crony's performance, I have to say, it wasn't, I don't know, maybe, once again, maybe it was the audio, but just something about it felt a bit off. It was still good, you know, seeing her, but it was just something was off about it. And then, you know, the EN girls, the Myth girls, the EN1 girls, as some would call them, they did very well as well. The ID girls knocked it out of the park, especially Riz and all that. The JP girls also did very well, especially like Takane Lui. In fact, I went to look up her song right afterwards. Though with that being said, there were a few talents where, even though they seem to improve year on year, there were a couple people whose names I will not mention. There were a couple of the talents whose performance in terms of vocals, this is not the mixing, just purely the vocals themselves, it seemed to have deproved compared to last year. You know, it seemed to have taken a step back in terms of how well it was done. But it was only a couple of them, and overall the performance was still fine. So, you know, I wouldn't really dwell on that too much. I see Blue has noticed a few as well. I won't mention any names, but we probably thought of a few people. Yeah, no, John, because you have to understand that after the first year, I stopped being all, oh yay, I love everything. I started becoming a bit more, you know, critical of everything, becoming very picky, like an old man, as some people make me feel.
Which is fine, Pudding. We are becoming all more British and more refined.
And more refined, yes. Sophisticated, as
think,
Kiara once said.
Yeah.
Yes.
I kind of think a problem that Hololive fans have a lot is that it's kind of the double-edged sword that we have. Like, we're very positive people, sometimes a little too positive, to the point where we can't be critical without like either having to like pat it down or not. Like, for instance, you literally had to be like, I won't say the names because I know I will get witch hunted. But
well, I can mention one specific name that comes to mind at the top of the list.
I'm trying to protect you, dude.
Well, I mean, not to hurt.
It takes
not
a lot
to hurt
of good
them.
skill to critique in a very, very well
Yeah.
thought out manner.
Yeah.
Well, okay. One name I will mention. I'm not trying to, you know, single anybody out specifically, but one person I will mention is Ame, because you know how in the beginning Ame basically she couldn't really sing, and she knew that, everybody knew that, but it was still entertaining. And then when she sang in the third fest, the third Hollow Fest, we could see how far she'd improved and everything. We could see how far she'd come. And over the last few months, she was doing really well. But then when she was singing in the fourth fest, it was like, well, the song was nice, the performance was cute and adorable, and I want her to step on me.
Is that?
But it just didn't hold up compared to last year. Though bear in mind, last year was a really high standard, so you know, it's no surprise if you can't hit it. But yeah, that's just one of them. Blue,
Yeah.
don't threaten me with a good time, man.
So yeah,
that is a
like,
good time having good. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Um,
yeah, like what you were saying about the positive stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm just gonna add one
no,
more
it's fine, it's
thing.
fine.
Because you know, Dominic said he wanted to make this like a group thing. So I was like, how do I interject without like completely like cutting you off?
Without people crying and everything, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I was like, for instance, like for a really good example actually that happened recently. So you remember when Kiara was singing Bright Parade in the stream, like basically stream
Vaguely.
after. Yeah. It was like it was kind of delayed, right? But no one said anything. I was like saying, I was thinking in my head, it sounds delayed, but do I want to say it's delayed? And so no one did, and so we just stood there like, yeah, this is fun.
Yeah, this
And-
is good. Yeah.
yeah.
And on
and
this
so-
Thursday too.
we typically so yeah, I think at least in the survey try to be a little more critical. Like if you don't feel comfortable being critical, like publicly, at least with the survey you're like, you're anonymous. So try to be
Theoretically, it's anonymous, but yeah.
theoretically, if it's not, well, I'm about to get witch hunted in like a couple of days. But yeah.
That's actually a very good point. Could somebody put a survey in the group chat so I can pin it? It would be nice. But yeah, it's like this survey is meant to represent, even if you aren't sure. I mean, you can also write you're not sure about something. Like the stuff with the currency conversions changing probably is a good point for a global company. It's maybe good to have many opinions because people can forget stuff.
Oh,
it's really easy.
I'm just looking at the UT chat now. What John Mod was saying about it being overtraining, I think that could actually be a valid consideration, because if you keep training and training and training and practicing in something, then even if you get it, even if you nail it in practice and in rehearsals and in a recording, when it gets to the real thing, because when you're in rehearsal and practice, when you finally nailed it, you remember how it feels. You remember what it's like, the things you did. But it's only when you go out on stage in front of, let's face it, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people watching online and in person, suddenly you're thrown off, even if just a little bit, by, being nervous or the anxiety, or perhaps you stepped on something on the way onto the stage. That slight throw off could make all the difference. And thankfully, nobody bombed in the performance, because if somebody bombed, you will know about it. Let's face it.
I think
everybody did well to varying degrees, and some completely knocked it out of the park. Some did well, and some were like, yeah, they were very good, And that's the main thing. At the very least, even if they aren't as good as, say, last year or last month or something, as long as you don't bomb, that's what the fans want. Basically, people like me are just nitpicking and being assholes right here.
Hey, those people are necessary.
Yeah.
To your also another point to what you were saying about how maybe last year felt more hyped than this year. I think there's a lot of factors to that. Not just because I do think the production, the camera work was better last year. I think it's also that hype for Myth's 3D, just a lot higher, because I think Myth is just overall the more popular EN, because they're the first ones. They were the ones who shook it up, and also they're the ones who had to wait the longest for their 3Ds. Where it feels like the EN2 got it around the time the EN1 should have gotten theirs.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
But they had to wait and wait, so that we finally got here. Like, yes, this is it, and it was perfect.
Exactly.
I also, your talk about the price tag and how it's becoming like a tradition to do to basically showcase on concert. I believe one of your, well, she's not your friend, but she's British, so I'm just gonna say she's your friend. Maddie was talking about that a little bit before. And if you don't know who Maddie is, she's you probably know her. She blew up when she did that Crony cosplay next to Walter White.
Oh, that one. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
She blew up from that. And she was talking about how she didn't really like how this was becoming a trend, and a lot of people didn't like what she was saying. I don't know. I feel like there's also a thing where people feel like they have to be proud about spending money on their Oshis. And it's kudos to you for using your money how you want, but I don't think how much you spend on someone should validate what your opinions or you as a fan. I feel like a lot of people were like, well, not a lot, but a couple people were like, who quote retweet her stuff was like trying to like devalue her opinion because she did like send red super chats to like father or something. Like that is like that's ridiculous. But
yeah, it's like. Oh, sorry. You were saying? Go ahead.
Actually, to be fair, I was saying but thinking. You can go.
Oh yeah, right. So we were just cutting each other off, but yeah, it's like I'm looking at what Soppy is saying. That's an idol cultural thing and a fandom thing, to go after people who express an opinion, an opinion that's contrary to what the general consensus is. But with that being said, wouldn't you think that the idol culture and the fandom for HoloLive would have been a lot more anger if the first time they reveal a 3D would be in a paid concert, and not even during the free view portion? This is like in the second half where you definitely will never see it as a free view person. You will only see it if you paid for it, or if somebody shares it with you. But I don't judge people who do that. But
we're not legally. Legally,
my lawyer
that was a joke.
Our lawyer has advised us not to comment on that. But yes, but yeah, it's like. But yeah, like what Daichi said as well. Third Myth and ID, they've waited so long. So yeah, okay, fine, compromise. There was some unhappiness, but yeah, okay, we get it. It's like, yeah, okay, we get it. But then now you're doing it for ID2 and for Council.
And then they're probably gonna do it for ID3, probably.
ID3, and then if and when EN3 comes out, because even if any members of the EN or the IDP peeps were based in Japan, like Callie was and Iris as well, they're in Japan, and it's like they're in Japan, but they didn't have the 3D debut because Callie wanted to do it with the rest of Myth, because it would have I think she mentioned it would have been it would have left a bad taste in the mouth and everybody's mouth if she'd gone ahead and done her debut. And then her other 4 gemmates are just sort of hanging out in Europe and North America, just like, oh, when are we gonna do, that kind of thing. And then Iris would have had the chance as well. And in theory, it would have been okay. I feel that the fans would have been okay if Iris went on and did her 3D debut whenever it was ready, because she was a standalone debutante. She debuted by herself as a V singer. Though she tends to be lumped in with Council more often than not nowadays.
Which I have strong opinions about how Cover has been treating her. I feel like they haven't given her the exposure she needs as a V singer, but okay.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I bet there's a lot of Iris fans who probably feel the same. I feel like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I know. Like, Iris is supposed to be this V singer, but like her MVs are like.
She had those 3 songs. Okay, well, technically 4 songs, but one of the songs was sort of in 2 different versions of it. Was 2 different, mixes of it. But she had those 3-4 songs in the beginning, and then she did a lot of covers, Yutemitai and all that kind of stuff. And then she has an original every now and then. But even if you ignore the singing portion, just as a VTuber, so she looked different from everybody else.
Yeah.
Which some would say is a good thing, some would say is a bad thing. My opinion, which doesn't really matter that much, let's face it, is that in the beginning it mattered a lot because it was just so different compared to everybody else. But as we got used to it, it just sort of, you stopped caring about it. And then it took forever for a new outfit to come out. But then Iris 2.0, the redesign came out, and it was just the tofu and everything. So that's great.
I wonder if they had to like. So I wonder what came first, the redesign or the 3D? Because if the redesign came first, there was not that much time to like do the 3D.
I've been thinking about that. Like, were they waiting?
Did they have to redesign the whole 3D? Yeah,
I think it might have been in conjunction.
In tandem, yeah, in tandem is what I was thinking.
Because wasn't yeah, wasn't the redesign sort of, I wouldn't say teased, but it was first mentioned like a few months before the design stream actually came out, before we actually finally saw it. And we all know, well, we don't know, but we all have the idea that anything related to a 3D avatar or even a live 2D would take a long time to sort out. At the very least, a couple of months, I would think, especially if you want it to be good. So I think it's like what you guys said. It could have been done in conjunction, you know, it could have been a dovetail thing, right? Like, okay, so this is gonna be the redesign, so we are gonna do the 3D debut, the 3D avatar based on this redesign, okay? Just ignore whatever else you saw beforehand. I think that would make the most amount of sense.
Yeah.
Mm.
Iris had rough with the models,
Yeah.
man. Hope
What was I
it
saying?
becomes
Yeah.
easier as time goes on now
definitely
that she has a.
But yeah, so I don't know. Suddenly we had a massive tangent about Iris. I suppose it's
Yeah.
because she's forgotten so much. We're just compensating for it. But yeah, I think sort of backtracking a little bit to all the fan meetups. I think probably quite a few of you would share my sentiments with regards to not being able to be there in person. You know, be it in the States or in EU, or especially in Japan, in Tokyo. Because I don't know about you guys, but I would have loved to go back to Tokyo. I would have loved to have gone back to Japan. Even if I couldn't get the tickets to go into even if I hadn't won the lottery for the concert, because the concert was a lottery, obviously.
Yes.
Wait, but was going into the expo itself a lottery as well?
Yes, that was a lottery as well.
There was a lottery as well. But
I can tell from my experience, I didn't have an expo ticket or a HoloFest ticket, but I was at the Avenue basically, and I had a lot of fun just meeting new people, because with KFP it's nice if people have something recognizable. Oh, you see KFP's orange. Anything orange will identify you, basically. It doesn't even need to be official. It's just nice, and you can talk with other fans, and the atmosphere that is created is amazing.
Yeah, exactly. It reminds me of Dokumi. But yeah, I think plus...
I did for a few minutes until I got my announcement done.
But yeah, I mean, it's plus more so it would have been, if some of you know my lore, some of the backstory, if I'd gone to Japan for the Fourth Fest, for the Hollow Fourth Fest, it would have been less as a tourist and more sort of going back, revisiting, because Japan was technically a home away from home, because I lived there for a period of time. So I'd be going there as I used to go here all the time. It's good to be back here after a few years. But yeah, I mean, hopefully Fifth Fest, if any of us are still here and all that. Yeah, exactly, Jamod. Okaeri nasai, Goshujin-sama. Hopefully for next year there's a chance to go back. Have to save up for it, because going there's a lot more expensive compared to going to, say, Dusseldorf. At least for EU gang and UK gang. I think for NA gang it's just expensive no matter where you go. Unless you're in the States, then maybe not so much. Oh fuck, what was I gonna say?
You were talking about the fan meetings, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's I think, because I think the first time there was a fan meetup, technically speaking, would have been Dokumi 2021. But because we were also new to the whole HoloLive thing and whatnot, and traveling to conventions, I think it was only a handful of people there. And then Dokumi last year, you know, everyone was a lot more established in terms of the community and whatnot. So I think technically that would have been the first actual KFP gathering. And then there have been some in the middle, you know. I think there was the one in France, there have the ones in NA, especially with Crunchyroll and all that. And then you now have this... Yeah, exactly. And then now you have this big one for HoloFest, the fourth HoloFest. So hopefully this tradition continues on to next year with the fifth HoloFest. Unfortunately, I don't think Iwawa is showing up for Dokumi this year. So I don't think a lot of us will be encouraged to go, because we just want to go there to see my wife. But yeah. But you're my wife, Pudding.
Yeah. So actually,
It's a-
that's a good point in time at 2 a.m. 35 minutes JST
Mhm.
Standard Time.
Yes, Dom, you want to make an
talk a bit-
announcement?
I kind of would like to make a second because we were talking about incentives and also people meeting up. I do think that people gathering, meeting up, making off-kais basically, and just going that one step ahead, and maybe even ask the people. Like, I mean, I did a bit of like off-kai things. I had others a bit, and Merange was like doing a lot of stuff. Like Merange really is like someone for me. I've never been to Japan. I got like in the first 24 hours, I experienced this KFP off-kai, and I was like, okay, Japan is an amazing place because amazing people like Merange-san are living here. It's like it was really a great feeling. Serodin was describing this really, really well earlier. So I kind of, if you look at the future,
Exactly.
the question round I was starting earlier, actually the only suggestions that actually came up was, okay, if an event would happen, we want to view it together, like in a movie theater, in like some kind of space where you can hear the cheering, you can feel the energy basically.
Yes, and
even
you
in
can
small
rent it
room.
out and all that, perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah, basically, like that's something which you kind of need to figure out, I think. But just like connecting was something this year. We had like JP people, Korean people, we had EU people and North American people here on this whatever this Twitter space thing is. It's not on Twitter, so it's more, maybe it's a YouTube space.
It's just a YouTube space now, but yeah.
Yeah. And it really is amazing. So hey, why not do that again? And it's somehow an event is coming up, the Holy and Connect event. Like you said, the Dokumi thing is really unlikely because Holy and Connect will be around at the same time, basically. Like the day after Dokumi.
Isn't Kiara going to be there?
I mean, all of EN is basically going to be
yes,
there.
yes.
That's already announced. So
about the EN
it's-
Connect?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you the side eye, sure.
Huh?
Sure, yeah.
Nice.
And suddenly Kiara pops into the chat saying, I will actually be at Dokumi this year. And people are like, oh shit, time to buy tickets. Oh no.
Yeah, oh no. But like you said, for other people, if you cannot afford to go to LA, which is something I, for instance, will not be able to, I still want to meet up. And I did kind of prepare something. Moonlight, would you be so kind to just yeah.
Yes. Here you go.
Yeah.
Da 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 da.
Yeah, that's a nice jingle. Thank you very much. This is basically the announcement of an announcement, which is tradition for stuff like that. We actually, I mean, we have a booth. That's basically all. It's not like we have a program yet, but the good thing is it's our booth, so we can do fan stuff there, showcase what we are doing, and I think the watch-alongs and the meetups and this whole HoloFest experience is probably one of the focuses of that whole experience. How did we as fans basically react through the whole thing? And since some people will be there, and we will be trying to make like fun events for cosplayers and people who will be there anyway, that is a reason to make watch-alongs too. So we are actually waiting just on like the announcements of timing and other things, and I would really love to have worldwide connected like watch-along sessions.
Yeah,
That would be cool.
I think we mentioned it earlier in this stream is, you know, all the meetups tried to do a video call while watching the concert this year, and hopefully we can do the same and get as many people watching, even those that are alone watching by themselves. You know, the theme this year, you know, the concert's called HoloLive Connect Worldwide, Connect the World, and I think even as fans, it would be nice to try to do the same as well, to get everybody together.
Yeah, at least for the EU gang, we can do that basically. But we want to inspire others to do the same. Like Merange-san was inspiring now many of us who went there. This thing is not associated with Cover Corp, of course. It's made by fans. So we are under the guidelines of the Fandom guidelines. But that's refreshing too, because we can just like show our love for our oceans.
Yeah, because
And
last year, sorry, because last year was I think Cover had sort of had a say in what we were doing in the fan booth, didn't they?
They kind of didn't.
Okay.
This, let's say it's complicated, but
So it's sort of like a
more-
we won't stop you, but please don't do this and that. We would prefer
No,
if you didn't do that.
It's more like wait. It's basically like you noticed that after the Unica Vision project was announced, the Fandom guidelines were added for like advertisement things.
I remember
you
talking
would
to
not
management about that, but yeah.
Yeah, which makes sense because like they wouldn't think of fans doing a booth. Why would they? So it's basically like you need to work stuff out on the fly, of course.
Yeah.
Because you cannot. The big thing is this cannot look like it's Cover Corp, of course. It's like
Exactly.
yeah. So there needs to be like a separation of things too, but it doesn't need to be like a strict. We cannot do that and that. So we will just work on this thing together. And the most interesting thing is for those people who are already there. Like I would not recommend this coming in the hopes of meeting or having a meet and greet with anybody if the stuff was not announced. For the last booth, we already got the confirmation of Kiawa and Iris months ago, and we had the chance to do a last minute booth basically. So this was much more scuff and much more stress than this really is. So, but it was a lot of fun for everybody, so I wanted to do it again. And I hope it can help spread HoloLive. Because isn't that the thing we were all saying at the end of the concert, MCs? Spreading HoloLive.
Yes. Of course. Yes, he said, sort of cringing a bit, but yes.
I'm glad I didn't speak that in Japanese. I'm so bad at Japanese. Yeah, thank you, Müller. We can let it be up. The logo is by Spiritsner. So great that he's a great guy. And thanks to the KFP Offcar, I could actually meet him yet. So it's even more amazing to know the face behind that amazing person. If anybody has like suggestions for like events or stuff we can do, feel free to shoot a message. I hope we can gather a few watch-along groups in the vicinity or worldwide.
Indeed.
goal this year
Oh,
for me is to make more
and if we all end up going to HoloFest next year in Japan, if all of us end up going, I'm gonna drag some of you to the top of Roppongi Hills so that we can watch the sunset there. It's a beautiful
I'd love
sight.
that.
Oh, that's
that would be amazing. Yes.
It'll be a bit cold, so bring a jacket, but yes.
I mean, we have a blanket.
Well, I suppose we could just hug each other. That'll work.
Bring the Kiwawa blanket.
That's nice. Yes.
Oh, by the way, Meow, Captain Meow, it's not hiking. It's just a shopping center. Basically, it's a skyscraper. With two viewing platforms. One is sort of inside with another restaurant inside it, and windows and seats. And then there's another one which is even higher, which is the helipad. So if the weather's bad, you can't go on. But if you do get up there, it's very nice.
It's okay. I'll be like Kiara with Callie. I'll be hugging your arm, putting.
Yes, please do that. It will be my pleasure, Daddy Beats.
Nice.
Right. Then did you guys have any more announcements? Because I think peeps like me were taking up a lot of time. So.
No, I actually don't have any announcement, and to be honest, everything has been said so far. Like, I don't want to take any more time up here.
I guess stay tuned. I guess for those going to, I think the upcoming events in terms of fans would be Anime Boston, and now with the announcement of MomoCon. Stay tuned for those who are wanting to meet up for that. I guess Beats, you and I, we can try to figure out something to organize some smaller meetups for that.
Yes. Yeah, besides that, yeah, if Anime Boston reach out to us, or MomoCon, because we have stuff currently in the works for Anime Boston and stuff soon to be in the works for MomoCon.
I guess
it will be amazing to hear more about. And if anybody wants to meet up with our fans, like there's always opportunity.
Come to London.
Don't hesitate. Yes,
Also,
London.
No,
Come to
okay, no,
London.
please don't come to London. You're just gonna get stabbed. Oh no, wait, that was Birmingham. But oh well,
Yeah.
it's all right. You need some excitement in your life.
If I come to
Also,
London, I'm gonna come and hug you.
In
Ah.
experience.
Also,
Oh,
rest
yes,
in
on-
peace.
On a slightly unrelated note, slightly selfish point, if anybody's wondering whether or not I'm gonna still continue doing clips in the future, the answer is yes. Yeah, I mean the answer is yes, just I don't know when. Because the last time I tried to bounce back into clipping, I got a strike from YouTube, which is lovely. So that makes me
that
very
one.
happy. Yeah, that one's bullshit. But I've mentioned, I've said to a certain somebody else that, you know, I'm still open to commissions and all that shit. So if Kiara still needs a Hollow Talk intros done, I told her I'm still here. Don't worry, madam. I'm still here to do the thing for you.
And if you need anything for conventions, Mr. Yago,
Yeah. Yes. Cover. Please hire me. Genma. Please hire me. Stop ignoring my DMs.
Let Pudding cook.
She probably blocks me or something. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm
Also,
just here trying to farm internet pity points, but yeah.
Also, rest in peace. The wallets of LAKFP who are going to the Ian Connect thing because it's like a week before Kiara's birthday, isn't it?
Yes,
my
it is.
God.
It is. Yes.
Yeah.
I was
Good luck with that.
I was thinking that if we do something in for Hollow Connect, you know, it might be wise to do something also for the birthday. But again, 6,000. There's only 6,000 seats through Ticketmaster. Good luck, everybody.
It's
Oh,
also
but
online.
is it gonna be like a perfect storm because you've got the Ian Connect and you've got to make the journey there, so that's extra money. There's gonna
Yes.
be merch there. I'm seeing someone in chat saying there's gonna be AX as well, so there's gonna be even more merch.
yeah.
And then you've got Kiara's birthday, and then you're gonna be sending Akasupas on her birthday. And so it's just
Good luck.
it's
yeah, I
4th of
suggest you
July
take out a
weekend.
loan at the bank, yeah.
I mean,
Just go to the bank and tell them you want a loan.
please don't forget that I do hope that the fundraising idea will stick.
Oh yes, and the fundraising, don't forget that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oil Baron KFPs, please. We need your help.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we need. But to be fair, like Unica Vision was a thing for all of HoloLive, and that's the only thing with this Dokumi HoloLive move too, because we don't know if anybody will be announced or not. This is open for everybody. Like Himawari was talking about earlier. If you know others from other fandoms, tell them. We can gather all together.
Yes.
We can always convince them that our Oshi is nice.
Well, failing that, if they don't want to do it for just one Oshi, like just for us, mate, like if it's especially a Unica Vision, you can do like, you know, all the Ian girls. Well, not do the Ian girls, as in like display all the Ian girls and whatnot. You know, have all the Myth girls, then all the Council, then all the whoever's the 3rd gen, and all the ID girls and whatnot.
Yeah, basically something like that. So just that it's not mine. And that's the last point I want to say from the watch along karaoke group. I was really glad that everybody was cheering for everyone, basically.
Ooh, Pachi Pachi.
Pachi Pachi, right. It's not, we aren't just focused on Kiara.
Oh yeah, we had some
We are.
strong DDs as well at in the EST.
We are actually DDs.
Because remember, guys, even though Kiara is our Oshi, we still want all the other girls to step on us. Okay, that's the way we roll.
I don't know about that one.
Is that what they mean by rolling out the KFP carpet?
I suppose
We are
so.
the
Yeah,
carpet?
quite literally. Quite literally.
EN3, the real myth.
Kiara, we got a new merch idea. Just make a carpet of KFPs, so that way we're always being stepped on.
Oh, and you know what? If you make a carpet of KFPs, after all the girls are done walking on us, we actually become a red carpet because we're crushed and bleeding and everything.
Oh.
Am I right? Get it? Red carpet
No,
because
no,
bleeding.
No,
Okay.
no, not that joke. No.
But yeah,
This is
just
so
in case.
cursed at the moment.
Yeah. My mom says I'm very funny, so yeah.
No, that
I could
actually
do-
happened. So don't.
Also, if Kiara's watching this, you make amazing merch that I actually use and not feel embarrassed to show my parents because the amount of booba mouse pads that people do is like, I'm never gonna buy them. So thank you for making the playmat, and if you can make another one, I would buy it again because it's so fucking good. Like I don't know how she keeps doing it. I don't know how she keeps like picking like merch that actually is useful. Like the the showcase one is also good. I'm poor, so I'm not gonna get it. But like
every merch set she released has unique value. Even like the everything. And speaking of value, actually the letters got sent. Some people who follow me on Twitter may know what I'm saying about. So let's just wait for the responses. I hope she has a lot of storage room.
And the next thing she was like hinting was like towels.
Towels, I heard. Like she was hinting towards like summer wear, like summer things. Like the theme
Oh, shit,
beforehand was like
bikinis?
cooking and sleepwear, but now it's like summer merch.
Well, that's good because I live on an island.
okay.
It's hot as hell
Okay.
all the time.
Kiara themed bikinis would be very good.
Yeah,
We'll have
and-
lots
and-
of cosplays on Twitter.
And just imagine, HoloLive Summer got announced. And Kiara's birthday is in the summer.
Big
Isn't
brain.
what she's doing again?
Brain.
This is going to be a
I'm back
new
to the
era of
beach
fan
again.
art, people.
Yes,
It's a new era of fan art.
it really is. Another thing, this.
Oh, and also she might do the meet and greet thing again.
Yeah, the online meet and greet.
My
With
wallet.
me? Oh, online.
Meet and greet. I wish one day I could go
Like-
meet and greet with Kiara, but no.
The online ones are actually really nice because everybody has basically the same chance. Everybody's connected online. It's-
There's the online one. Yeah, I forgot.
It's on Zoom or something, isn't it?
Maybe. Well,
yeah,
it's
it was
not,
helpful.
well, it's not confirmed she'll do it this year, but
I missed
maybe.
my chance
We'll
for
see.
Boston, so I'm excited for that. That was my saving grace. Like, oh yeah, maybe she'll do the virtual meet and greet.
Yeah. Then you're really gonna be crying with your wallet. You wanna get that meet and greet. But she normally makes a minimum like $50, right? Wasn't that the
It
minimum
was, for the
last year?
Boston one. You didn't.
No, I'm talking about the birthday merch.
Oh, the birthday merch.
Birthday merch.
It was
Oh,
50.
the one where you have to purchase a certain amount before you have the
Yeah,
chance,
yeah.
was it?
Yeah,
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
basically
it
that
was
was
50, so you basically had to guarantee at least like the blanket and one other item.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I know it was the same with Dokumi from the year before, where you had to show proof of purchase for how much was it? It was more than $50, wasn't it?
It was
I think-
about
I mean,
it was just currency conversion.
Mm.
And it's actually in comparison because the Hollow Meat stuff, the Hollow Meat organized meet and greets are usually $69, I believe.
Yes.
Nice.
69, nice.
Yes.
Nice.
That's,
69.
there's someone in management who knows.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a nice number, definitely.
Just like,
Another
yeah.
thing, if you're still listening to this, this YouTube channel is actually supposed to be for podcasts and news. So if we want to do something like this again and just have whoever wants to join in or have a podcast about a specific topic or stuff like that, we can do that here.
Yeah.
Yay!
Let
So
us know.
Bog that subscribe, Bog.
Hit that
Quick,
subscribe
give-
button.
Quick, give me the account password so I can get a strike on this channel too.
Hey, maybe Maybe Putty could do like some cool editing stuff with the podcast. Who knows?
Oh yeah, we'll see.
You can like you know how like Trash Tish has like that one channel that does clips of their like podcasts, like funny moments or whatever.
Or yeah, or we could do like the Kuso animations on this, but I'll
Yeah,
probably
that
just
could.
end up.
Oh yeah, Kiara probably love those.
Yeah, but anything more than a few minutes, you're just gonna see me in the obituaries the next day.
I'm
Because
always
those
down
take
for more
quite a while to do.
Oh, and if you guys are gonna like, a suggestion of a guest you should bring on here is Evan. You should bring it on here because he was supposed to be with me, but he's too scared. So
I know. Well, I know he was on the Twitter space with us before. in the
yeah, he
past.
was.
Mm.
He was.
Yeah,
But he's never been on
I
the podcast.
recognized the last one we did. I grabbed him for it because he's great. We're trying.
Yeah, he's a good
we're gonna
speaker.
we're gonna do something. We're gonna try to do something later this week on Twitter, but with Spaces acting up, I have to test if it can still work. Because if not, I have to get creative.
So it was funny.
Is it because Twitter's gonna do a business deal with Apple and they want everybody to buy Apple phones or something, like iPhones and shit?
Yes.
I don't know.
But it was
Because it is
funny
big.
because originally what was going to happen was there was going to be the Twitter space, which was going to be everybody's going to be a free form join, you know, kind of like what we did today, and then there was going to be this podcast, which was going to be on this YouTube channel, which I was going to organize something a little bit more structured, where it was just going to be a select like people who signed up, and we're going to have like a larger talk, you know, a little bit more studio production esque. You know, but it kind of evolved into this mishmash because of Twitter Spaces acting up. It turned into a mishmash of both at the same time. And honestly, I was going to say it was a very, a few technical difficulties because of external reasons. Turned out to be a big success. So I'm thinking of trying to keep something similar to a format like this because it felt very open to have as a lot of people come on and talk. And then, that's honestly, when I originally came up with the podcast idea, I that is what I wanted. I wanted it to hear as many people express their feelings.
It's nice to succeed with that stuff, yeah. I think we should now go back to work. Isn't that a break room here?
Yes.
A what?
I mean, Kiara's out, so she doesn't know.
What the fuck?
I mean, Kiara's out, so she's not like watching it. So we should be fine.
No, she would never see this. So it's
no, she's right here with me, listening to everything. Yeah.
All right, get the pills.
Get the pills.
Oh shit! I just saw. Speaking on another tangent, I just saw P Gate's latest fan art. I think it's a Vaporeon reference.
Yeah, I would like to avoid the strike right now. It's kind of nice.
Ray's Vaporeon copy pasta.mp4.
Oh yes.
We should get P on it. He probably wouldn't do it. He's too scared. That would be funny if he could get P on this.
Oh my goodness.
That's like getting P on here would be like Kiara getting Ayame on Holotalk. That would be like impossible. But if it's done, it would be written down in history.
That's possible.
But P is really shy, so I don't think he would do this.
Yeah.
We should start dragging in other people like Evans, P Gate. Then we can bring in Genma.
I don't know.
And then she would just be using like a text-to-speech thing, but yeah.
I mean, if you brought P in with,
if you bring on Gemma, why not Henma? Or one of the other people?
That's a very good idea. I'll see what I can do about that.
Maybe if we got like we should invite KFP artists. That might be easier for him. Like if we brought like Proud and Goomy.
You mean
Goomy?
The Goomer, yes.
Yeah,
we could bring on
because he's friends with them, so he might feel more comfortable.
For all ideas, go to Moondog, and you can talk with it off stream too, because this is getting a bit long.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
So I guess with
Right, so it's time to spam Moondog's DMs with all kinds of ideas.
I see you in
Totally.
chat, Gurumi.
We're ended off here. I guess we should give the classic Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. Sayonara minasan.
Why is KFP so good with Auf Wiedersehen? It's like
Auf Wiedersehen.
Because
we're all
very
secretly
Discord,
Germans.
We hear Kiara say it millions of times. How can we
Oh,
not do
that's
that?
why. I see.
Not gonna lie,
Yeah,
the first 3 months I just copied and pasted the outing because I just didn't know how to spell it.
I still don't know how to spell it.
I wrote that thing. I see. Good.
Yeah,
Then
memorize it as Auf Wiedersehen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, whatever.
tips from KFP at 3 a.m. Nice.
It's right up there with Dankeschön, but yeah.
Change over
Yeah.
to the outro screen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Dankeschön.
Thanks for organizing this, peeps.
Thank you,
Have a good
everyone.
night.
Yeah,
Thank you,
believe me, it was a bit of work. I was running around.
Quick, everybody donate.
Yeah.
Everybody donate money.
Yeah,
Everyone send super chats.
Alright.
Gonna throw out a virtual super chat.
Virtual hug, virtual kiss, virtual. Okay, well, I shouldn't go too far.
Oh my god, no. You don't want to
because this is not my channel.
You should maybe press the button.